cut my computer after I show Kit Xiang's Twitter. Okay, so Sarawak, Segambut, Kit Xiang's Twitter, and then cut the computer. I will read. Okay.
Sorry, Chinmat, you have to sit closer.
Rapat sikit. Alright, welcome back with the latest update, and the latest score now is 7-1 with BN leading. Now the 7 seats, as we reported before, Putrajaya is one of them, and the other 6 seats won by BN so far are in Sarawak. The seats are Serian, Betong, Igan, Muga, Julau and Lawas. But PKR has managed to capture Bandar Kuching. PKR had 30,133 votes, BN had 10,491. And now going to Segambut, Sin Chew has reported that incumbent Lim Lip Eng has won. Now we don't know the numbers yet, but Sin Chew has reported that so far. And now moving to Lim Kit Siang's Twitter. Now it seems that Dr. Tan Seng Yao is expected to win the Kepong parliamentary seat by more than 30,000 votes, and he's got lots more information there about the state assembly seats that DAP expects to win. And here we have how Teresa Kok is leading the Seputeh parliamentary seat by almost 50,000 votes. So we'll send you the confirmed numbers later on. Again, all the information we're giving you here are from unofficial sources. The SPR will only announce official results later. Now, latest numbers, the latest count. In Pandan, Rafizi is leading by a huge majority of 9,851. So that leaves the PKR count now is at 16,324. BN only about 6,000 votes there. And now let's take a look at Gelang Patah. Kit Siang still leading, 10,892 votes. BN falling back now with about 8,000 votes. Now, Sumisha, back to you.
Hi and welcome back to Kini Talk. My name is Sumisha Naidu, and this hour we're joined by Wong Chin-Huat, a political analyst with Penang Institute and the steering committee of Bersih, as well as Premesh Chandran, the CEO of Malaysiakini. Welcome back and welcome, Wong Chin-Huat.
Thank you.
All right, so first we just heard some interesting numbers there, and I believe the number may have gone up. It was BN has won 7 parliamentary seats and Pakatan Rakyat 1. Any surprises there in terms of the seats they've won?
I think now the score, which I see, is now 10-1
All right,
to BN. But I think these are mainly the seats coming in from Sarawak, where it's expected that BN will do well. I think the opposition was aiming for about 6 seats in Sarawak. For minimum of 6, maybe possibly 10 to 12 seats. So it's early. These are smaller seats coming in, and these are results which are expected. So it's still a while that before we get into the real juice of the elections to see which way certain seats swing.
So for all the Pakatan supporters watching, would you say now it's saying BN 10, Pakatan Rakyat 1? Do you think there's still more surprises to come throughout the night?
As what Prem has said, BN leading in Sarawak and DAP leading in Kuala Lumpur. It's not surprising. The real match, the real game to watch would be in Johor, whether DAP can make an inroad. It will be in areas like other seats where some of the BN's front benches are running. Liao Tong Lai in Bentong, for example, Lee Chi Leong in Kampar, and also interesting multi-corner fights in Kuala Kangsar and Tasik Gelugo.
So we still have the long night to go, and we'll see how the numbers change throughout the night. Now, earlier on, we were talking about the candidates and the campaigns and the political side, the politicians involved in the game. But now let's take a look at the non-political actors. And Wong Chin-Huat, you're very familiar with this, being from steering committee of Bersih. So what about electoral observers and like Pemantau, Pachaba, all these NGOs?
Unlike previous elections, I think the most interesting thing of this election is that ordinary Malaysians are taking ownership of the elections, no longer leave that as an affair of the politicians and party members. Against the background of this is actually tens of thousands of Malaysians coming back from overseas, millions of Malaysians traveling back to their home constituency to vote, many of them first time in their life ever to do so, to cast their first ballot and so on. And that shows us that Malaysians are no longer, apolitical as before.
Some are calling this the birthday effect. Would you agree?
Yes, but I would say that we are humble that we can take a bit of credit of that. The larger question is really about that. The larger issue is this unintended consequence of birthday, which was intended as a movement for democratization. I think what we are seeing here is that this pursuit of democratization has now changed to a movement of redefining our nationhood. You see a new Malaysia coming up, and all these people who throw themselves into works like election observers and Pachaba, unprecedented. Have people who sign up to do that. In the past,
do we have any numbers of how many people have signed up?
I think the numbers of Pachabas, you go to tens of thousands. Yeah, because you're talking about.
That's right. That's polling agents and election agents.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, and observers in thousands.
Now, all right, so we've got a lot of enthusiasm and support, but how effective do you think these volunteers have been, and this Pachaba, Pemantau, all these roles have been playing today? How effective do you think it's been in actually monitoring the situation? And
well, I think that just the scale of organizing this election agents, polling agents nationwide and all these seats, it's actually no easy feat. And I think that we have to give credit to both sides for doing this. Especially Pakatan has been able to do this increasingly better than in previous elections. And I think that having competent election agents and polling agents is fundamental. Having them competent, they know what the laws are, how to stop certain irregularities. This is very, and also the issue about sometimes these people can be bought off. They can be bought off. So having the right person there, these are very critical elements that you can actually stop a certain level of cheating going on. Without that, it's very easy to lose seats. So I think that it's a big congratulations to both parties, especially Pakatan, who has made a lot of inroads in such sort of organizing.
And I think that an important effect of all this participation in either observations or being party agents in voting and counting is that they actually encourage the people around them, their families, their friends, their neighbors, their colleagues, to come out and vote. Because when you take all this trouble to do all these things, it's unlikely that people around you get completely indifferent with that. In the past, it was very much more difficult because most people would not do it, and as if like voting is the biggest thing you can do. But today, voting become the little things that you can do. One of the least things you can do, because even foreign labor can do that now, right? So you want to draw a line, you really have to go beyond that, because there's no way you can get a foreigner to become either election observer, a domestic election observer, a Pachaba, or a campaigner. They can't afford to do that.
Speaking about foreign voters, I had an interesting experience today.
Yes, I heard.
I went to vote in Petaling Jaya Selatan, PJ Selatan. I went a bit late. I had to come to office first. And when I got there at 12 o'clock, when I wanted to vote, the election agents actually objected, saying that somebody had already come to vote on my behalf, earlier in the day. It was very interesting because the agent from the SPR, Election Commission, said no, I had not voted, my name was not crossed out. But all three election agents, both from Pakatan Rakyat as well as BN, DAP, PKR and BN, all of them said my name has already been called out.
Now see, how would that have worked? So would have someone come in and how would that have worked where they would have gotten differing
It's very strange because the system is very clear. They normally call out the person's name, and the SPR agent will cross out the name having voted, and so would the election agents. So it's very, very strange for all three election agents to unanimously say that Premesh Chandran has already voted, and the SPR agent say no, he hasn't. I was just happy that they allowed me to vote and I was able to cast my ballots. But obviously somebody else had come in earlier on holding a copy of my IC or impersonating me and was allowed to vote.
Can I ask you a question? Did you see whether your name was crossed out?
It was not crossed out. I saw it.
Okay.
On which list? On the EC?
On the EC list.
Yeah, because I think that probably means that it looks like to me that the EC clerk had made a mistake of not crossing you out. Therefore, you get a chance. Because in most cases, when someone would have voted on your behalf, all you get is actually a ballot paper of a different color. It's actually just pacify you and say, okay, now we register your complaint, you can go home. But when it comes to counting, that ballot would not be counted. which is why that people have always said that you need to go early and vote and so on. But I think fundamentally we need to sort this out to clean our electoral roll, to make sure that the system is much more transparent, and eventually what is important is to send a message to politicians that you can't win by cheating. And therefore, it's actually pointless for you to do so, because you just spend money and you will not get the outcome. And if you are found to be associated with any attempt of cheating, it would cost you more votes.
Yeah.
And this is the situation in overseas.
Just to interrupt you there, reports are coming in that BN has won another seat, so it's 11-1 at the moment. Temily will come on later with more updates on that. Sorry, please continue.
Yeah, but I was also going to say that it's very disconcerting, because when I present my identity card, there's only one person looking at it, and nobody else gets to see it. So presumably it's pretty easy to impersonate somebody. Get any Indian-looking guy to come and appear to be Premesh Chandran. It's very hard to pick up those irregularities.
Okay, on that note, there's another issue that's been, especially on social media, there's been a lot of antagonism toward foreigners in our country at the moment, because I think initiated after Abu Asalkan Bukan UMNO, they've launched this. I don't know. They're trying to detect foreigners at polling booths, because they believe a lot of Bangladeshis and different people of different nationalities are voting as Malaysians. Now, what is your take on that? We've had so many reports. We've had photos being shown of alleged Bangladeshis or whatever in airports. Now, first of all, how can you even tell if someone is?
They have to say Negaraku.
Okay.
That is being questioned of whether that you are actually forcing them to declare their identity. I think I would like to put things in context. I was just with a few international observers from Taiwan, and when we enter a restaurant in Bangsa, they say, "Hey, you guys are very friendly to the foreign workers here." I say, "Yeah, completely. That's not an issue," because I think when people talk about xenophobism and so on, they talk as if like you have organized effort to go after the foreigner, as if you find in certain European countries. No, that's not happening at all. Yeah. What you're seeing is that Malaysians get very, very uneasy when they see someone clearly does not look like a Malaysian queuing up to get a ballot together with them. That's the situations when they actually get uneasy and so on. And I think that I have friends on Facebook questioning and say, how do you tell? Are you going after everyone? Now, coming back to that, how do you tell Malaysian from non-Malaysian? Yeah. The only way you could have tell is actually look at the paper, the document. Now, this is exactly the issue. The paper are not to be trusted now. So how can you blame people for doing racial profiling, looking at you and say, hey, you look a bit like you have from Dhaka or Chittagong.
Yeah, and so that's the counter argument that if they don't do this, if they don't go out and try and detect who look like fun, what is the other option?
Exactly. That's why I think that it's easy to be politically correct. We are not suggesting and say people should actually go after the foreigners and beat them up and whatsoever. I think that's completely beyond what a civilized society can sanction.
Actually, another one of our journalists, Ram Anand, was stopped by activists from opposition parties and challenged to prove his Malaysian credentials. They assumed because he looked a little bit dark that he was Bangladeshi.
I could be Bangladeshi. This is the thing. So if say you do this, if you have seen someone who is a foreigner, there's a clip circulating of a man actually being chased out of a polling center because he was believed to be a Bangladeshi, or I don't know what it was, but. Where do you go from that? So yes, you see someone who looks like a foreigner. There's an SMS going around saying, message this number if you see a foreigner. Then what happens?
Yeah. I would say that what you can do is to tell someone you suspect to be a foreigner the legal consequence of impersonation, of involving in fraud. And if the person wants to take the risk, I don't think there's any legal way of you stopping the person. But having said that, it is perfectly legal for, let's say, you find someone whom you suspect to be a foreigner, after him or her voting, for you to follow the person to find out whether it's real or not. What I mean is that, let's say you find this person, most of the time people try to stop them. And if after that, they'll basically just give up whatsoever. But what we need to do is to send a message and say, you get yourself involved in election fraud, will come after you, even after election is done. And
Actually,
this is where people should do. Instead of like breaking the law and stopping you completely, you need to send a clear message and say, now, don't think the entire story is over. You know, someone may follow you back to check further that whether, you know, there's a legitimate ground to suspect that. So let's say you go back home and they find that you go back to an ordinary Malaysian home and so on, then probably it's beyond doubt that you should be treated as a Malaysian, right? But let's say the person follow you and you end up in a foreign worker hostel, then the person maybe want to call up your boss and to check it out.
Maybe I can explain a little bit more. Actually, there are two separate issues here. There's one issue of impersonation. So basically, you're borrowing the migrant worker, the foreigner, as a body. So basically, they're kept in a hotel, they're brought by a bus. As they get down from the bus, they're given an IC, you know, and then they go and vote. They don't even know who they really are. That's one case.
So are they voting on behalf of someone else?
Of someone else.
Okay.
The person could have been passed away. The person, or in my case, I could be still alive, be voting ahead of that person, right?
Or could be a fabricated name.
That's right. So this is a case of impersonation, right? The person doesn't retain the ID after the person votes, right? Then there's a case of foreigners given citizenship or identification without due process. There's a certain process of which a person can apply for Malaysian citizenship, but you know, so somebody shortcuts the processes. So you're really given an ID, and you can keep that ID for life. So you are now a bona fide Malaysian, but you know, you're given that through kind of a shortcut.
But are we acknowledging that both these scenarios are actually happening and exist? Because we've had report speculation, but how far can we confirm the?
I mean, we know that in the Sabah case, there's now a royal commission, right? That this was done, you know, widespread done in the 90s for a political purpose to displace the opposition and the PBS, which is ruling Sabah, and for BN to make inroads, to basically create a more Muslim population in Sabah in order for UMNO to become the chief minister and for BN to retain. So this was done in Sabah, and they suspect it's being done in Peninsula, particularly in Selangor, although it's now a bit difficult to provide certain proof. Certain proof has been provided.
Yeah, well, it was alleged that it was done before in Terengganu. Before, in 2004.
Okay.
So all these things could be happening, and I think the question we need to look at here is how do we actually make it clear that a person, you know, can be respected, and you cannot impose and say asking ordinary Malaysian just to leave it that way.
Because there's a danger there that we're going to, you know, discriminate against a community, and obviously I think the anger has been directed at the.
But I think it's very clear, as what I said earlier. You do not see any hostility outside a polling station.
Okay.
That's where we have to make it very clear. There are people who talk as if like, you know, you have xenophobic behavior everywhere. I don't think that way. You know, people you don't see any ordinary Bangladeshi beings bully or whatsoever. Haven't heard of anything.
That's right.
It's only when they come into polling station then they stand the risk of being questioned and so on. And of course, other people who look like that.
Yeah, there were also articles in the Indonesian media, in the Nepali media, in the Burmese media, where they asked the question: should, you know, if you're national, or if you're Burmese national, Nepali national, should you be voting in the Malaysian elections? You know, there's a whole moral issue about that, and that was brought up in their media, and I hope that media would also reach, you know, their citizens here, right? Obviously, I'm Malaysian. I think people wouldn't want me voting in another country, right? I mean, I wouldn't be welcome to be voted in another country. So I think that there is a moral question here, and I don't think the Election Commission has done enough, and the government has done enough to address it, to tell Malaysians, no, this is still your country, and only bona fide Malaysian citizens
I want to bring this to a higher level. If you look at the case of UK, being an Irish citizen, you're allowed to vote. Being a Commonwealth citizen, you're allowed to vote. Now that opened the door for manipulations, right? But you do not see British politicians getting involved in that. You never see and say, I'm losing a seat in Colchester, let's get my, you know, relative in Ireland to bring hundreds of them and come and vote here. No one do that work. You know what I mean? Because that no one actually think of cheating in the system, because the moment you are found to be involved in cheating, in manipulations and so on, you'll be completely discredited.
But that's assuming a type of an independent election commission in Britain, right?
That's one. But the other thing is actually about the sense of decency. You know, whether we would allow politicians of our liking to do that. You see, so if you cheat in the UK context, you're not going to be disowned by your opponent, who already would disown you anyway, but you'll be disowned by your own camp.
Well, I think Anwar Ibrahim's also raised this to an international level right now, so it's whatever happens beyond this, it's made the news, and we'll see whether anything actually changes. I would like to move on now to politically related violence. We've had a spate of, we've had attacks, we've had bomb scares. First, is this unprecedented, or is this common for every election that we've had in the past?
It's not common in every election, but it's certainly not unprecedented. I mean, a lot of times we have the impression that election in Malaysia have been peaceful. It's because we do not live in Sabah, for example. In 1984, Sabah actually had bombings after PBS winning elections and so on. And political violence has always been used to remind Malaysians that we are vulnerable, and therefore you need a strong government. Therefore you should not rock the boat. You should not simply attempt for changes that are unpredictable. Yeah. It's always been used. And to look at this round, the instances of political violence have been found at least for the last 2 years. You have campaigners being beaten up, you have speakers being threatened, you have campaign vehicles being, splashed with paint and so on, right? You have all these incidents happening. What you see is just a bit of climax. But I think what we need to stress here is that amazingly, Malaysians have been very calm. You see, I learned about the bombing 2 days ago, a bit later at the end of the day. And I did not get any SMS telling me and say they were bombing and so on. The next day you read newspaper about this and you didn't hear anyone screaming and say, let's start Amagimi. It was a completely new country. If you go back to 5 years ago, Malaysia would start sending SMS to everyone and say, oh no, there's a bombing in Xinjiang, in Kapong, And at night you find that hundreds of thousands of people turn out, tens of hundreds.
So you don't think it deterred people from coming out to vote?
No, I think people just look at it and say, we know this is fake, right? Whoever does it, we know that it's fake because that you're not for real. We have not seen anyone losing a life and so on. And why, if you ask and say, if all these things were planted and systematically planned, why there was no casualty? The simple answer is...
I mean, the funny thing of it, 2 Malaysian Kini journalists were at the scene just before the whole thing. And they were there when they found the box. It actually was a box. It actually had the words bomb written on it. So basically it was put there, as a means to, look, please go find the bomb and, and dismantle it. I think that Malaysia is fairly unique in the sense that we have a very tense election, never change of government. People are really participating in the election, and yet there's this piece. There's not been that political violence. There's not been intimidation of voters. There's not been killings. There's not been arrests. I'm really proud of Malaysia in that sense. Yeah, although yes, the election is marred by irregularities, but yet we seem to have this deep faith in the ballot box. Up to now, my biggest fear is that if people lose faith in the ballot box, what next? And I think that we have seen countries go down that road, where they feel that, we've tried our best, somehow the elections are not free and fair, and those who are participating in parliamentary democracy will want to continue to participate in parliamentary democracy. But fringe elements outside the main parties, will get different ideas. And say, I
think sometimes the challenge is more than the fringe elements in the party. The real question is that would people say that, when I take all the trouble to cast my ballot on polling day, would it work? Would it count? If the answer is no, then some people would just get frustrated enough and say, what's the alternative? And that would be a very dangerous path for us to take on. And I think in that case, if this country is sinking anyway towards chaos and violence, the first institution that needs to be held accountable is the Election Commission.
All right, I'll just have to stop you there. We're going to go now to a promo, and then we'll have the news update from Temily, and then we will come back again with more Kini Talk. Thanks for watching.
And I think we have to have a new kind of BN. BN that is more open.
Well, we are really soldiers in the sense that you are an agent for change. So you should not do something because it is easy. You have to do it because it's right. I am not under any illusions to think that this is going to be an easy fight.
There are many who have benefited from the transformation program. Of course, there are areas that still need to be further improved. I'm not saying that all is perfectly implemented.
Tell the current regime or the current power that we, Rakyat, want to take up the challenge. We, Rakyat, will stand up.
time for us to practice new politics that includes integrity, new governance framework, innovations in democracy, and progressive political thoughts.
Because we are moving towards non-racial politics, and 39% of Malaysians would like to identify themselves as Malaysian rather than as Chinese, Indian, or Malay.
It boils down to one simple message, which governments can ensure there is a common agenda for our nation building. Is it Barisan Nasional, or is it that my friends from Pakatan?
Now, how is Barisan Nasional going to pay for all the promises they promised last Saturday? They're going to pay for it by introducing GST, a supposedly fairer tax system.
I'm a first-time voter. I'm excited for the general election, this upcoming general election. It's a very different thing, and historically it's very different.
Well, if you think you are the government that want to sustain for a long time, you should start from the beginning, not from the middle or during the election time only.
Okay, so saya rasa untuk tahun ni dia boleh pegang lagi lah Selangor ni kan, bahagian lepas pantai ni semua kan. Saya mengundi dekat kampung saya, Kota Terengganu. Balik mengundi lah insyaAllah.
Sebenarnya tak kisahlah siapa-siapa yang naik, tapi cuma yang penting kita semua harmoni. So itu yang penting sebenarnya.
It done also lah, but not much also lah. So we try new party.
Contohnya, kalau pemimpin tu dia, katakanlah dia punya latar belakang dia tidak bagus, jadi dia tidak akan boleh pimpin kita sebaiknya. Dato' Najib ni okey dah. Kita rasa dah dia adalah terbaik.
UMNO Youth has been transformed from being this rabid, radical, ethnocentric, right-wing Malay rights organization to one that's more service-oriented.
I don't think any of the Malays want to succeed and to be branded, you are successful because you benefit from race politics and the programs. We want to be known that we can stand on our own.
Barisan Nasional have a very clear directions. Okay. We have our visions, our missions. We are the ruling parties. We want to bring our countries to developed countries as in the year 2020.
And yet today we are running on 1.6 billion with record surpluses of 180 million. And that is despite giving out so many welfare benefits to the people in need throughout the state of Selangor.
There are Malaysians who have been marginalized, who are out of the mainstream of development, not because of their own fault or wrongdoing. Then we must put it right.
The change, unlike in some countries where it has to be through popular uprising, in our case, it will be translated through the ballot box.
Kenapa nak berubah? Nak mengubah sesuatu hanya kerana ada orang kata berubah, dia ada muslihat politik.
One of those great Malaysians with history, poesi, Dato' On Jaafar. Dia cadang bahawa UMNO perlulah buka pintu.
And I think we have to have a new kind of BN. BN that is more open.
Well, we are really soldiers in the sense that you are an agent for change. So you should not do something because it is easy. You have to do it because it's right. I am not under any illusions to think that this is going to be an easy fight.
There are many who have benefited from the transformation program. Of course, there are areas that still need to be further improved. I'm not saying that all is perfectly implemented.
Tell the current regime or the current power that we, Rakyat, want to take up the challenge. We, Rakyat, will stand up.
It is time for us to practice new politics that includes integrity, new governance framework, innovations in democracy, and progressive political thoughts.
Because we are moving towards non-racial politics, and 39% of Malaysians would like to identify themselves as Malaysian rather than as Chinese, Indian, or Malay.
It boils off one simple message, which governments can ensure there is a common agenda for our nation building. Is it Barisan Nasional, or is it that my friends from Pakatan?
Now, how is Barisan Nasional going to pay for all the promises they promised last Saturday? They're going to pay for it by introducing GST, a supposedly fairer tax system.
I'm a first-time voter. I'm excited for the general election. This upcoming general election is a very different thing, and historically it's very different.
Well, if you think you are the government that want to sustain for a long time, you should start from the beginning, not from the middle or during the election time only.
Okay, so saya rasa untuk tahun ni dia boleh pegang lagi lah Selangor ni kan, bahagian lepas pantai ni semua kan. Saya mengundi dekat kampung saya, Kota Terengganu. Balik mengundi lah insyaAllah.
Sebenarnya tak kisahlah siapa-siapa yang naik, tapi cuma yang penting kita semua harmoni. So itu yang penting sebenarnya.
It done also lah, but not much also lah. So we try new party.
Contohnya, kalau pemimpin tu dia, katakan dia tu, dia punya latar belakang dia tidak bagus, jadi dia tidak akan boleh pimpin kita sebaiknya. Dato' Najib ni okey dah. Kita rasa dah dia adalah terbaik.
UMNO youth has been transformed from being this rabid, radical, ethnocentric, right-wing Malay rights organization to one that's more service-oriented.
I don't think any of the Malays want to succeed and to be branded, you are successful because you benefit from race politics and the programs. We want to be known that we can stand on our own.
Barisan Nasional have a very clear directions. Okay. We have our visions, our missions. We are the ruling parties. We want to bring our countries to developed countries as in the year 2020.
And yet today we are running on 1.6 billion with record surpluses of 180 million. And that is despite giving out so many welfare benefits to the people in need throughout the state of Selangor.
And I think we have to have a new kind of BN. BN that is more open.
Well, we are really soldiers in the sense that you are an agent for change. So you should not do something because it is easy. You have to do it because it's right. I am not under any illusions to think that this is going to be an easy fight.
There are many who have benefited from the transformation program. Of course, there are areas that still need to be further improved. I'm not saying that all is perfectly implemented.
Tell the current regime or the current power that we, Rakyat, want to take up the challenge. We, Rakyat, will stand up.
It is time for us to practice new politics that includes integrity, new governance framework, innovations in democracy, and progressive political thoughts.
Because we are moving towards non-racial politics, and 39% of Malaysians would like to identify themselves as Malaysian rather than as Chinese, Indian, or Malay.
It boils off one simple message, which governments can ensure there is a common agenda for our nation building. Is it Barisan Nasional, or is it that my friends from Pakatan?
Now, how is Barisan Nasional going to pay for all the promises they promised last Saturday? They're going to pay for it by introducing GST, a supposedly fairer tax system.
tired of the same old chemical-treated, mineral-stripped news out there?
We'll bring you facts on the ground and the human face behind the story.
And we'll give you context without taking sides, merging the big picture with the small details.
You've been watching, we've been listening, and now we're coming to you on the go 24/7.
From Sabah to Putrajaya, KiniTV brings you news as it happens from where it happened.
We're talking to people in the know and those who want to know.
There are Malaysians who have been marginalized, who are out of the mainstream of development, not because of their own fault or wrongdoing. Then we must put it right.
The change, unlike in some countries where it has to be through popular uprising, in our case, it will be translated through the ballot box.
Kenapa nak berubah? Nak mengubah sesuatu hanya kerana ada orang kata berubah, dia ada muslihat politik.
One of those great Malaysian history poesi, Dato' On Jaafar. Dia cadang bahawa UMNO perlulah buka pintu supaya UMNO bukan sahaja menerima keahlian daripada orang Melayu, tetapi pun terbuka kepada orang bukan Melayu.
Malaysian society in general has become more, they have a clear vision of what they want about education, about all these things, so why not about media?
What we're doing at KiniTV, I think the comment of our viewers actually counts. In traditional TV, they decide what you watch, but here it's like an interactive process.
We look at Facebook, Twitter, social media, and also we're on YouTube, so we actually monitor comments and see what they're talking about the videos and how they're reacting to it.
When the audience knows that they have the power to influence what goes on the news, that itself gives them ownership over what they watch.
When we first started off, we had a few technical issues and our viewers obviously all pointed it out and it was good.
It helps us improve ourselves because we know what they are talking about, so we can go after issues that are important to people.
Sometimes I think the comments takes the story one step further.
So we kind of evolve and adapt to what the people want.
You get the stories out there, you get to communicate with the people you're writing the story about and the people who are watching the stories.
It creates a sort of a very healthy ecosystem where people discuss about things.
KiniTV is your story on our camera. What a fail!
I'm a first-time voter. I'm excited for the general election. This upcoming general election is a very different thing, and historically, it's very different.
Well, if you think you are the government that you want to sustain for a long time, you should start from the beginning, not from the middle or during the election time only.
Okay, so saya rasa untuk tahun ni dia boleh pegang lagi lah Selangor ni kan, bahagian lepas pantai ni semua kan. Saya mengundi dekat kampung saya, Kota Terengganu. Balik mengundi lah insyaAllah.
Sebenarnya tak kisahlah siapa-siapa yang naik, tapi cuma yang penting kita semua harmoni. So itu yang penting sebenarnya.
It done also lah, but not much also lah. So we try new party.
Contohnya, kalau pemimpin tu dia, katakan dia tu, dia punya latar belakang dia tidak bagus, jadi dia tidak akan boleh pimpin kita sebaiknya. Dato' Najib ni okey dah. Kita rasa dah dia adalah terbaik.
All right, latest now, the numbers are 19-7. BN still leading. Now, out of the 19 though, the only one not in Sarawak is the Putrajaya parliamentary seat. All the others that they've won so far have been in Sarawak. Now, for Pakatan, they've won 7 seats so far, and the 7 are Kepong, Segambut, Bukit Bintang, Seputeh, and in Sarawak, they've managed to capture Kuching, Lanang, and Sarikei. Now, going to latest numbers though, Nurul Izzah is still leading by a very small margin in Lembah Pantai, leading by about 1,500 votes against Raja Nongchik. And also, the Chinese press has reported that MCA has lost all state seats in Penang, Selangor and Terengganu. Some pretty big news there. And Pakatan has already confirmed that they'll continue to rule Penang, winning 8 parliament seats and 25 state seats. Lim Guan Eng urges all supporters to go home and await results. That's what we have so far.
Hi and welcome back. I'm Sumisha Naidu and we're joined by Wong Chin-Huat and Premesh Chandran, the CEO of Malaysiakini. Welcome back. And so we were just hearing some results right then. What do we think so far?
Well, again, these are kind of expected results. It's good. Penang has been retained by Lim Guan Eng. I think that the voters there have been fairly in favour of his rule. A lot of good things we've heard about it. Although this issue about the Penang tunnel still comes out now and then. But definitely they have indicated they're going to give him a second term, and look forward to having a good, strong Penang government.
While it may sound a bit premature, but looking at the results so far, I think this is the beginning of the end for Barisan Nasional. Even though if it retains power, it is likely to be a coalition of UMNO and East Malaysian Party. Because looking at the way that MCA losing all the state seats and trailing behind DAPs and other PR members in PR parties in parliamentary seats, it probably end up with 1 or 2 seats, and that's the strongest non-Malay component party in West Malaysia, right? So you can expect perhaps the other 3 parties are not going to do much better. It would be a huge challenge for UMNO to present itself as a national coalition. It will look like UMNO in Perak after the coup.
So you're saying, so just to reiterate, you're saying this looks like the beginning of the end for Barisan Nasional
as a coalition.
As a coalition, all right. Very interesting analysis there. And speaking of analysis, we've had 2 surveys come out in the last few weeks, one by UMCDAL and one by Merdeka Centre. One of the polls says that Najib is 4 points behind PKR de facto leader Anwar Ibrahim as the preferred choice of Prime Minister. There's been a bit of a controversy surrounding that, with Najib coming out and saying his own survey says otherwise. But what do we think of that particular point that they've raised?
I think that it's interesting surveys. It's good that we have more sort of surveys and Gallup polls about our political leaders. I look forward to more of that. Obviously, they're going to be disputed. If it does well for Najib, Najib will claim that this is a great poll, and Anwar may not, vice versa. But that said, I think that Malaysians, from what I know, are very careful about what they say politically. There is this hesitancy about being open about their political preference. So, in that case, sometimes the polls, can be ambiguous. For example, this poll, there's a large kind of undecided, people who would not give an answer, clear an answer, right? And, in such a tight contest, this large undecided will actually kind of determine the result. So even if Anwar is ahead by a few points against Najib, I wouldn't read too much into it.
Do you agree with that assessment?
I would agree with that to a large extent, except that when you look at the questions of the respondents may not reveal their true preference, that probably is a bit more negative for the ruling party than the opposition, because people tend to avoid saying bad things of those in power. So you probably see a little bit of inflation of the support approval rates that BN enjoy, more than the opposition. Now you take into that account, that's a bad sign for BN, because it's either neck to neck or it's actually trailing, and the actual result probably would be a bit worse.
Well, this particular survey has also said that the percentage of undecided voters has reduced from 21% in March to 9% as of April, which is when this report was doing. Why do you think what do you think has changed in that period of time? Why have so many people from not being sure of what they want to do? Why now today?
One key issue is that when elections gets to set in, people are making up their mind. I think before that, people might still be watching, but after some times that all these informations will come in and you start making up your mind. And in the last few months, you have BRIM 2.0, but also you have the oppositions organizing themselves better. And recently, you have issues like Mahathir backing Ibrahim Ali and Zulkifli Nordin. Well, these are small, but I think some voters would read that as a return of a new 2M government.
Apparently it's mostly the Chinese who were the undecided, and now they've all decided as well. So, I mean, does that also show the effect of campaigning? Do you really think these last 2 weeks would have made a significant difference in how people decide to vote?
I mean, I think when people say undecided, they could also have already decided, but just kind of keeping quiet.
Okay.
There's also this element which I think is there. I think definitely, the campaign period, it's possible to make a decision. You go to ground, you go to Ceramah, then you might go along with somebody. You go along, you get into the mood, and then you kind of say, okay, fine, I'm going to vote this way. So, I think there's been the reasons why you should vote one way or another is very clear during the campaign period. And as the closer you get, you're going to have to make up your mind, eventually. One of our staff was telling me just now is that why he made up his mind while lining up to vote, purely because the candidate came up and was really nice and shook their hands and he said, okay, I'm going to give this guy. True or not, we do not know. But it's an example of how sometimes people are really undecided and it goes to the last minute.
Okay, another point that was raised by this particular UMCDL survey was that voters seem to be more attracted to the Pakatan Rakyat manifesto. And considering that there have been claims on both ends that they're copying each other and the manifestos are so similar, why do you think the Pakatan manifesto seems to have been more attractive?
Well, the Pakatan manifesto came out first. I think that's the first point to take note. Secondly, Pakatan represents a new thing, while Barisan Nasional is a continuity of the old stuff. And most people would like to look at the old one and say, if you have been doing the same thing, how can you expect a different result? For example, BRIM is supposed to help Najib to win votes, but people are asking and say, if after 50 years of BN in power, you need BRIM to survive, now would you want another round of BRIM? Right? Instead, that you probably want to see what are different options that Pakatan can offer. Also, in terms of even that both have been accused of being populist, I think there's a distinction between the two. For BN, it's very much cash handout. And sometimes the cash handout is actually with a string that the money will go back to cronies, for example, subsidies for your smartphones and so on, right? So the question is how much will go into your hand. The Pakatan offer is actually more about the government playing a more active role in providing some public goods. For example, public transportations. You're bringing down or you cut down petrol price. You nationalize plus highway and so on. So in many ways, it's actually bringing down your costs rather than handing you the money. And for voters, it's actually smart voters would ask and say, "You give me 500, how much will it last?" Right? But you cut down the price that my bill, that would mean a lot. I think that's one of the reasons why BN has not been doing well when it comes to this aspect.
Interestingly, the Indian community favoured BN's manifesto by 53% compared to Pakatan's for 21%. Do you think it's because BN's manifesto specifically said they would look out for the Indian community?
To a certain extent, I think the Indians, especially the working class Indians, those who have not been able to doing so well, really feel kind of left out from national development. They feel they have been discriminated against. They're looking for a champion who will address their needs, whether it's making sure they get citizenship, or that access to universities, access to housing. They don't have the political power which they have in the Chinese and the Malay communities. Therefore, when Najib made these steps towards Hindraf and the Indian community, some of them said, look, let's give Najib a chance. Others, of course, were saying that, look, it's already been 55 years. Can the BN government really reform itself?
I think to put it in a similar but slightly different perspective, Indians were rewarded first time for voting against BN after 2008. But the same thing happened to the Chinese and so on, and the Malays. Every time okay, and let's just give you an example. In 1990, the Chinese voted against BN. What do you get? You get Wawasan 2020. You get liberalization of higher education. Acceptance of multiculturalism in the name of promoting tourism. So they know that if you vote against BN, you can actually get something, right?
It's an interesting theory.
Well, the Malay have the same things. The time that when you shout and so on, you protest, you actually get some feedback. Now, the Indian have been loyalists all this while. So 2008 was the first time, thanks to Hindraf, they went to the street, and suddenly you get Brickfield makeover, you get special funds for Indian entrepreneurs, special allocation for Indian students, blah, 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 and so on. They feel and say, well, this is the first time, so I should trust BN. But for other communities, it's like, well, the moment you vote back BN, they're going to punish you, because that's how BN operate.
Yeah, I think also we should look, when we look at BN and Pakatan, we should take a longer term view. Let's remember that Barisan Nasional was created, after '69. It went from an alliance of 3 parties to a coalition of 14 parties. At that time, the demographics of Malaysia were very different. It was practically even in terms of Muslim, non-Muslim, Malay, non-Muslim, and the need to pull all these different parts of Malaysia together in a wider coalition was very important. With the new mandate, Tun Razak went to this kind of developmentalist perspective, and a lot of economic development, etc. But we fast forward 30 years, Malaysia's demographics has changed. Because of birth rates, because of immigration, Malay Muslims are now 60% plus of the population. If you look at the 40 and above population, it's 50-50 between Muslims and non-Muslims. If you look at the population 40 below, you see a huge bulge among the Malay Muslim population. So 2 key issues are created. One, the dwindling influence of the non-Muslims within the Barisan Nasional coalition. And in many ways, the 2008 general elections was in many ways a battle within the Barisan Nasional. You can see UMNO, really, having very pro-Malay policies and discriminating against Chinese and Indians. And even after the big Hindraf demonstration, they decided to go ahead with elections, knowing that the big victims would be MCA and MIC, not so much UMNO. So in a way, it was a repositioning of UMNO within the Barisan Nasional coalition. They gambled too much. In the late shift in elections, also the Malay votes shifted. But if the Malay votes had not shifted, UMNO had done really well. They would have retained Selangor. They would have been the biggest party in Penang and probably become the chief minister of Penang. They would have, outwitted their own coalition partners. So really, 2008 elections was a gamble going wrong for UMNO. It was very methodologically placed. Remember, if you go back one election, 2004, UMNO alone was 1 seat short of a majority. UMNO alone, not Barisan Nasional. So you can, as Chin-Huat pointed out, is the UMNOization of Barisan Nasional, which has been ongoing and intensified in the last couple of elections.
So how has this changed for this election? So
the really is that in a way Barisan Nasional has changed, UMNO has changed. They're still trying to retain their power, but in a way they're also diluting their own coalition partners. So they're kind of not sure where they are, neither here nor there. Pakatan Rakyat is capturing a new spirit. They're saying, look, let's work differently. It's a coalition of 3 equal partners. Yes, there are arguments between the partners, PAS, DAP, and PKR, lots of arguments, but they're presenting something new, a new formula, a formulation, which also addresses these new demographics. I want to make my second point is that with this bulge I spoke about among Malay Muslims, it is this bulge which is revolting because it's so large, and yet they haven't got the education and access to become, middle class and professional. They're getting degrees, but not employment. So it is this bulge which you see, like from 15 to 30 of Malay Muslims, which are in a way powering this kind of revolt against the old style Barisan Nasional politics, where the elites tend to get most of the benefits. And Pakatan Rakyat has really made inroads into this audience. So when we talk about manifestos and positioning, we also see how Malaysia itself is changing as a country. We see this even for example in the US, where demographic changes are now forcing political parties to reposition themselves because they're unable to cater to sufficient number of people in order to win government. So in some ways, what Chin-Huat said earlier is spot on. the fact that, you know, can Barisan Nasional continue? What will be the new form of government if they continue? To what extent, you know, can they preserve, you know, can they limit what they will give, you know, in terms of the right wing, or how they will pander to the right wing of the party, and the rest, you know, how they manage to revolt among Chinese and Indians and non-Muslims. Also Sabah and Sarawak. Sabah was a very rich state, today is a very poor state, now with security issues. So there are a lot of larger questions at play between Barisan Nasional and Pakatan. And we see these anxieties play out, and, you know, people, you know, support one manifesto against the other with this, you know, and light about what, you know, what Malaysia should be.
I think demographic changes that Prem had just described, together coupled with other changes, is shifting Malaysian politics in this way. The greatest contradiction is no longer between ethnic groups, but it's between ethnic groups. And this is a challenge for UMNO. And in 2004, the huge victory of UMNO under Abdullah led UMNO to ignore this fact and thought that it was at its height, and therefore it could expand further. In fact, at that point, I think the UMNO politician was thinking and say, you know, we are so secure. Now it's not about how to further strengthen the coalition. It's about how me as an UMNO leader to move forward. At that point, my concern is to woo as much support as possible from between the UMNO memberships rather than the larger population. Now, in that case, they become radicalized. They become, you know, they move to be more exclusivists and so on. And the outcome of that was 2008 elections. And Najib actually noticed that the challenge. You see, you compare Najib to Mahathir. Mahathir was working very hard to build a Bumiputra capitalist class. So it's actually by giving contracts to this and basically telling the poor Malays and say, someday you get your chance, right? But after 20 over years, the poorer Malays looking at it and saying, no, we never get our chance, you know, unless that we become the son or son-in-law of UMNO leaders or whatsoever.
All right, we're just going to take a short break here and go to a news update from Temily.
All right, latest news now. The score stands at 22-9. BN still strong, going strong in Sarawak. Now, other than the parliamentary seats in Sarawak that they've won, the other two seats are Putrajaya, like you know, and also Labuan in Sabah. But some breaking news here. BN, according to unofficial sources, BN has retaken Kedah from PAS. But silver lining there is that PKR has won the state seat of Indra Kayangan in Perlis. Now that's one of the 5 state seats under the Kanga parliamentary constituency. It's a seat that's about 47% Malay, 47% Chinese, and about 4% Indian. Back to you, Sumisha.
Welcome back. So we've just heard that BN may have retaken Kedah. Is this surprising given the defections?
Well, I think Kedah is very peculiar. I think that, you know, a lot of Malay Muslims really look up to Mahathir, especially in Kedah. And in 2008, when Mahathir shifted out of the ambit of UMNO and quitting UMNO and really going against his successor, that affected the vote in Kedah particularly, more than other states. And now today, when Mahathir is shifting back, you know, there's a lot of reconciliation, and that also has helped, you know, BN retake Kedah. Obviously, there's some criticism of the past government in Kedah. You know, we have to look at that. But definitely, perhaps the more stronger united UMNO has played a role in terms of bringing Kedah back to BN.
I think the past-led government in Kedah, you know, after 2008, was a bit similar to the Terengganu past government after 1999. You know, you have PAS winning a huge state, and it was given a chance to perform, but they did not. They failed to do better, you know, to convince their first-time supporters and say, you know, we are here worthwhile to stay, and you should keep us in power. And so when Mahathir shift back, you know, and in fact that his son will be the next Menteri Besar, so that has caused the loss of Kedah. To me, that could be the poetic justice would be really this. In fact, that now this part has this development has happened. hoping for a situation that Anwar Ibrahim would be the Prime Minister and Mukhlis would be the Kedah MP. Because you see that the interesting scenario with this, you think of it, right? Mahathir's son would be shouting and saying, we want decentralization, we want more power, we want democratization, and asking it from Anwar.
That would be an interesting scenario. But you see, like one of the points raised by the Merdeka poll survey was that Peninsula would probably be the deciding factor for Pakatan, because I think 81 of the seats that Pakatan they're predicting Pakatan would win would be in Peninsula. But at this rate, does it seem like it's going that way for Pakatan?
Looking from the outcome, we wouldn't be able to tell because most of them have come from Sarawak, right? So you don't know actually what's the situation in Sabah, not in Peninsula, other than the federal territory seats. Now, what I think would be problematic for UMNO, for BN, is that the moment the coalition loses a clear majority in Peninsula, the Sabah and Sarawakian parties, BN parties, may not be there for them. I think that the problem with Sabahan and Sarawakian elites, with due respect to their people, have been basically seeing themselves as Warsaw lords for Barisan, for whoever controls Kuala Lumpur. The moment Kuala Lumpur changes hand, they would say, okay, let's negotiate a new deal. So, and the ground sentiment in East Malaysia have not been particularly favorable to UMNO. So the moment that they loses, the politician would be pressed to actually switch side.
Yeah, I think that in the last general election, Pakatan actually won the majority vote in Peninsula. If I'm not wrong, they won 51% in Peninsula Malaysia. They won 80 seats in Peninsula, actually only 3 short of a majority of seats in Peninsula. This time around, I think they are fairly confident of taking 90 seats, which would be a majority of seats in Peninsula. Would then create some sort of pressure on Sabah and Sarawak, perhaps to realign to a certain degree. We know Anwar is a pretty skillful deal maker, and I'm sure he has had talks with parties in Sabah and Sarawak. So it's left to be seen. Obviously, a realignment can happen the other way also. That if BN falls short of a majority, then BN would welcome in certain individuals or certain parties, or at least try to negotiate with these parties to form some sort of joint government or unity government, things like that. I think in the last election we saw that negotiation in Selangor, where apparently they offered a pass to chief ministership in exchange for working with UMNO to form government in Selangor.
The only problem is that it will become tougher for UMNO or Barisan Nasional to offer an attractive deal because it will be seen as a sinking ship. Few people would say, I'm so good that I would I'll take over a sinking ship and make it sailing again. Most people would say, I go for the one that's already ahead.
So, all right, so you're saying that Pakatan's targeting 90 seats in the Peninsula. At this rate, we have probably about 80 more seats to go. The night has not ended yet. We'll keep going and see how the score changes. For now, we're just going to take a break. Thanks for watching.
Okay.
And I think we have to have a new kind of BN. BN that is more open.
Well, we are really soldiers in the sense that you are an agent for change. So you should not do something because it is easy. You have to do it because it's right. I am not under any illusions to think that this is going to be an easy fight.
There are many who have benefited from the transformation program. Of course, there are areas that still need to be further improved. I'm not saying that all is perfectly implemented.
Tell the current regime or the current power that we, Rakyat, want to take up the challenge. We, Rakyat, will stand up.
It is time for us to practice new politics that includes integrity, new governance framework, innovations in democracy, and progressive political thoughts.
Because we are moving towards non-racial politics, and 39% of Malaysians would like to identify themselves as Malaysian rather than as Chinese, Indian or Malay.
It boils down to one simple method, one simple message. Which governments can ensure there is a common agenda for our nation building? Is it Barisan Nasional, or is it that my friends from Pakatan?
Now, how is Barisan Nasional going to pay for all the promises they promised last Saturday? They're going to pay for it by introducing GST, a supposedly fairer tax system.
Tired of the same old chemical-treated, mineral-stripped news out there?
We'll bring you facts on the ground and the human face behind the story.
And we'll give you context without taking sides, merging the big picture with the small details.
You've been watching, we've been listening, and now we're coming to you on the go 24/7.
From Sabah to Putrajaya, KiniTV brings you news as it happens from where it happened.
We're talking to people in the know and those who want to know.
There are Malaysians who have been marginalized, who are out of the mainstream of development, not because of their own fault or wrongdoing. Then we must put it right.
The change, unlike in some countries where it has to be through popular uprising, in our case, it will be translated through the ballot box.
Kenapa nak berubah? Nak mengubah sesuatu hanya kerana ada orang kata berubah, dia ada muslihat. Muslihat politik.
One of those great Malaysian history poesi, Dato' On Jafar. Dia cadang bahawa UMNO perlulah buka pintu supaya UMNO bukan sahaja menerima keahlian daripada orang Melayu, tetapi pun terbuka kepada orang bukan Melayu.
Kawan-kawan saya semua berdemonstrasi. Pasal kami tak suka demonstrasi. Ini kesalahan kaki tau. Kalau ikut hukum hudud kena potong kaki tu. Betul tak? Potong kaki kan?
Hello, my name's Sumisha Naidu and welcome to Kini Focus. Today we'll be taking a look at how social media has become the latest battleground in Malaysian politics. Barisan Nasional has been at the forefront of this, organising conferences such as this one to help their cyber troopers prepare for the battle on social media. With more than 2,000 volunteers at the ready, Barisan Nasional Cyber Army is geared up to take on whatever comes their way.
We will fight. We will fight. And we will win. Not only in the real election, but in the cyber world. Nobody can beat us because we have jentera Barisan Nasional yang betul-betul percaya kepada perjuangan cyber yang dipimpin oleh Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Mohammad Najib Tun Razak.
Hey, sure you know me, I'm power crazy. Once I'm the PM, I'll sell my country.
UMNO Youth launched its new media unit in 2008 to reach out to voters who were active in the cyber world.
At the same time also, we were tasked to disseminate information basically on policy, on program, and also whatever good things about Barisan Nasional. And we were also tasked to counter allegations, lies, slanders by the opposition. These were our tasks.
The new media unit and the more recently formed BN Youth Cyber Team were the brainchild of BN Youth Chief Khairi Jamaluddin.
Dalam cyber media sosial is the mainstream media for the opposition. Kita ni sebagai pemain lawan, away team yang main dalam alam cyber. Sebab itu bila kita masuk gelanggang mereka di mana kita walaupun kita tidak ketinggalan, tetapi satu suasana dan keadaan di mana kita berdepan dengan saingan yang lebih hebat daripada gelanggang yang lain. Perlu kita buktikan bahawa kita dapat menang dalam gelanggang tersebut. Kemenangan yang paling manis adalah apabila kita main di gelanggang orang lain dan kita menang.
BN now boasts a cohort of volunteers who spend time defending the party's name in the cyber world, many of whom are young and believe in the message they're spreading.
As a cyber troopers, I think I can explain a little bit thing if something is not right happening in Facebook, Twitter, blog.
Then we share, we tell that, oh, this is the views and what actually happened, and from our angle, from a BN angle, how we look on this issue or that issue, that what is our stand.
BN banyak buat kebaikan kepada masyarakat, so saya sokong BN mungkin diorang lebih pentingkan rakyat, student, macam kita contoh dapat BRIM, so BN more fokus on rakyat lah.
At this BN Cyber Activist Conference, the opposition's alleged low-blow tactics were a frequent topic of discussion.
Parlimen tanya, Dato' Seri, diorang selalu fitnah, kita pun kena fitnah. PM kata, relax, we should not do that. We have success stories.
Maka kita kena sabar benda ini. Biarlah mereka kata apa, itu hak mereka. Tapi kita terus buat apa yang betul, iaitu beri perspektif dan fakta yang lebih tepat kepada rakyat.
The cyber activists KiniTV spoke to say they weren't interested in petty attacks, but in rational discussion.
Come and attack me. Some of them like personal attack me or doing my privacy. What they send the PM message to me. Actually, I just keep quiet. I never reply back. I just ask them. I just wait. You have to respect me, then I will respect you. If you talk nonsense to me, no choice, I will block you.
So you think there should be rational discourse?
Yeah, we have to share the real information. That's only. I don't think if the opposition or who, you should know what you should say, what you should teach to your people.
BN, however, has also fielded criticism for the way its cyber troopers have launched their attacks. But Tun Faisal says it was opposition supporters who started that form of social media warfare. He also stressed the need to make a distinction between the cyber activist Barisan Nasional trains and those who have taken up the cause by themselves.
Basically, I can give some guidance, some guidelines, and they have to follow rules and regulations by the party. But those who are independent, who are not under new media unit, that one we can't control. They might be pro-government, they want to be pro-government, pro-Barisan Nasional, but their methods, their approach might be different a little bit than us.
So what is the BN Cyber Trooper approach?
Basically, we need to have facts. That's the first thing. Second, we need to have the skills to use multiple platforms of social media. And the third, we need to understand propaganda. Because if we don't understand the propaganda by this opposition, then we cannot counter it. So these are the basic skills that most of the cyber troopers has.
At the cyber activist gathering we attended, cyber troopers also received feedback on how to avoid getting caught in tricky situations.
So how do we avoid this?
Good question. Make sure your sentence structure ends with a question mark. Simplest way, the most simplest way I follow. End the question with a question mark. Or just say, in my opinion, I think he is a gay. I didn't say any names, huh? Did I say any names? In my opinion, I think he's a gay. Oh, tomorrow somebody, why did Kamala doesn't say he's a gay? Oh, I say in my opinion. My opinion may be wrong. My opinion may be right. So can you sue me?
Only time will tell how effective social media will be in helping Barisan Nasional win GE13. This is Sumisha Naidu reporting for KiniTV.
For this 49-year-old mother of two, it was a trip to USA in 2011 that changed her life. She was eating at this restaurant in LA when a group of Malaysian students sitting nearby handed her a flyer listing Bersih's 8 demands. It was a stirring moment for Andrea. She took part in the Bersih rally that year and later joined Mama Bersih when it was formed in 2012.
因为妈妈影响着下一代，教育下一代。那很多下一代呢，他们可能对社会不关心的话，原因来自于父母可能没有去跟他们分享，所以我们觉得这个很重要。
Tonight, Andrea is out with these mamas to encourage people to vote this coming general election.
这次大选呢，我们期待着一些改变。
Mama Bersih kicked off when a few average mothers and housewives met at Bersih's third rally and realized they had a common aim. They then took to social media to find out if there were other concerned mothers like themselves. Today, their Facebook page has over 2,800 likes, and their network spans from Johor to Penang.
Me as a mom, that is my kids' future. So no, I can't bear, I can't tolerate that. So that is why I'm here. I need to fight for my kids' future. I need to fight with my own hands.
Tonight, they're also distributing their self-published newspaper, The Sunflower, funded solely by donations. The content includes political and environmental issues.
就是因为这个苦行啊，因为我们去 process 传单嘛，然后我们发现到说传单呢，它不能够表达很多东西，然后 internet 上面呢，人家很多一直 sharing 很多这。
Hello and welcome to Kini Focus. My name is Sumisha Naidu, and today we'll be taking a look at some of the dedicated Malaysians who will be helping the process of casting your vote in the coming elections go smoothly. Pachaba training sessions are held across the country to provide voter education and help Malaysians, regardless of political affiliation, become polling, counting and barring agents on election day.
We take in volunteers who want and who have a passion and a heart to be polling and counting agents. And basically our role, the big picture is that we weed out the irregularities.
Lots of people are afraid to be vocal on who they support, how voting system should be. So I guess this is one way of expressing, rather than on only one side. You can be the third party.
This session was organized by opposition party PKR, but the training was done by Michelle Chan, an independent trainer who was trained herself by Civil Society Action Group Tindak Malaysia.
I take a lot of requests from people, from groups of churches or even political parties, or anyone for the matter of fact can come to Tindak Malaysia and say that, look, we need you guys to train our people for polling agent, counting agent. That's what we do. So lately, in the past few months, there's been a lot of increase. Like every weekend, every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, there's a few sessions going on. And we have many teams at the same time. Like as of now, there's even a team in Rao Pahang doing another training. So we've got a Mandarin group, we've got English and BM group as well. Trainers who are all volunteers to carry on the training.
During the session, volunteers are briefed on the polling day process and are even given a chance to participate in a simulation of the day.
So we have the SPR clerks, we'll have our polling agents, we'll have the Ketua Tempat Mengundi, and we'll even have the voters coming in.
Volunteers are also prepared for different tricky situations they may have to face come polling day.
The moment you leave the room, a few people can be stuck inside. I ask them to leave before the ceiling.
So
I got the opportunity to clean out. Nobody to jaga me. I can.
It will not be 100% clean. It will not be. Because our our voting system, the whole country was from ground up. It's a very old system. So new system should be coming gradually. So yeah, still will be some dirty tricks.
Dan kehadiran pemerhati pilihan raya, SPR committed.
Despite the interest from volunteers, not all those who attend the training will go on to become polling agents.
There's a lot of them who come for the training. They are still 50-50 whether they want to do it or not. They don't have confidence in them to say that, oh, look, I may not be good enough to be a polling agent. So what we suggest is that, look, don't worry. Come for a few of our sessions because sometimes it's a bit hard to take in. There's a lot of information in one session. So we tell them, don't worry. Come for a few of the sessions and then see if you're comfortable or not. But at the moment, it's hard to say. But we're really lacking a lot of polling agents. So we're encouraging a lot of people to come and get involved.
But this Malaysian is still optimistic.
I think there will be more volunteers will be coming into the polling agent because I think most of them wanted exercise our right as a Malaysian.
This is Sumisha Naidu for Kini Focus.
This is Kini Talk. We're joined by a special guest today. He's a Member of Parliament for Temily and also a Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Higher Education. And for an UMNO man, he's quite a liberal. Welcome to the show, Dato' Saifuddin Abdullah.
Thank you.
Let's start off by what pulled you into the world of politics?
Well, I became a member of UMNO after graduation in '86, I think. And I thought politics is one of the platforms for me to serve. But I've never put up a serious thought of becoming actively involved in politics. I decided to be active only in the end of '90s or early 2000.
So this was upon graduation, you know?
Upon graduation, I became a member, but I decided to become active upon leaving the Malaysian Youth Council. I was its president until 2002. Yeah.
So what made you gravitate towards UMNO and not other political parties?
I became a member in '86, and at that time there was not much choice. Okay. Yeah, and I thought once I'm a member, not so much because of loyalty, but I suppose change can come from within, can come from outside, depending on the kind of change that you want to do.
So since you've joined UMNO and now, have you seen a change, a shift, or is it still the same party you've first joined?
I think UMNO have changed all the while. Even when Mahathir first became Prime Minister and first became President of UMNO, he introduced the Islamization program in '81-'82. Okay. Two of his flagship projects were Islamic University and Islamic Bank. And these were new narrative to UMNO at that moment in time. Islamization was a past forte for so long, yeah, and people cannot imagine that Mahathir and UMNO will be doing Islamization, yeah. And now I think Datuk Najib has embarked upon some very progressive political transformation. He has amended the University and University College Act, abandoned the ISA and the emergency ordinance, have promised more freedom to the press, enacted the Peace Assembly Act, yeah, and very open to criticism and doing government policy with new processes and new ways of formulating policies. These are new narrative for UMNO. So UMNO in the end has always been changing.
So you say they've changed. Do you think they've adapted enough to remain relevant?
Not even to my own liking. I wish more can be changed and at a faster rate. But all I'm trying to say is, yes, I do see changes, especially under Dato' Najib. I think his political transformation huge. Okay. Huge in UMNO. I mean, as far as UMNO is concerned, it's quite a huge thing. Yeah.
So, as the Deputy Minister of Higher Education, if you had to rate Najib's report card, what grade would you give him?
Well, I think I give him an A. I wish I can give him an A+, but to be fair, you can't expect the Prime Minister to be doing everything on his own. Hence, sometimes I can understand why some people call him, flip-flop. But to be fair to him, you can't expect him to be doing everything. Yeah, every one of us in the team have to put our act together.
Okay, and also in your book, New Politics, you talked about sort of changing the political culture of Malaysia. You want it to be healthier, more politics based on intellectual discourse. How do you think we can get there, and how long do you think it will take?
I think there are quite a number of political debates going on now, and I know there are people hoping that there will be Najib Anwar debate prior to GE13. I'm hoping for the same. Quite a number of us in UMNO are also hoping for the same. I think what we need to do is to bring the political discourse to a higher level. Okay. Our politics are too adversarial, too much of mudslinging. Yeah. It's like my take has always been we shouldn't go on a campaign saying that the opposition is bad. I think we should go on the campaign saying that we are better than the opposition. And if we can be, let's put it this way, we have to bring back sanity to our politics and to our campaign. Yeah.
So does the political violence and sort of like the smear campaigns, does it bother you as a UMNO?
It does to a lot of extent, because this is not something that we want to see. And we are now in the 21st century. Yeah, I think we should, as I said, we should be indulging ourselves in discourses, in healthy campaigns, debates, and not, gangsterism kind of activities. And this is actually happening from both sides of the house. Yeah, I think what needs to be done is for leaders from both sides to strongly express their dislike to this kind of bad and campaign, that they do not condone such activities.
So, but it hasn't come out from the UMNO side yet, like the leadership hasn't actually come out with a strong condemnation of the violence. So do you think there should be an official stance from the party?
Yeah, I think the party has always made it a point to say that, look, when this thing happened, we should lodge police report, that the police should investigate. Because sometimes what happens is there are instigators, yeah, who need not necessarily represent either side of the divide. Yeah, but yeah, I agree. I think we should, perhaps it's about time that we should come forward with a stronger statement.
Have you had a chance to see Pakatan's manifesto?
Oh yes, I have seen Pakatan's manifesto.
So what's your overall idea of it?
Well, two things. Number one, I would rather look at and debate Pakatan manifesto upon BN's manifesto being launched. Otherwise, it's going to be quite one-sided. But secondly, and I think this is even more important, the real manifesto is going to come out from the ballot box. When I say the real manifesto, I'm referring to Parliament. The next Parliament should be more bipartisan. Okay. I think even when we are governing this time, we should look at some of the items within PR's manifesto. Okay. There may be one or two issues that need to be discussed. from both sides.
Okay.
And it is only fair that we pay attention to the voices of the people. You see, when a significant number of MPs are elected from among PR's candidates, it clearly shows that to a certain extent the people give some value to their manifesto.
Okay.
And it is only fair that we give it a look also.
So you're saying that there needs to be more cooperation between...
I think we should not have a parliament where one side monopolize the bills that are to be tabled and issues that are to be discussed. I think we need to have more engagement. We need to be more consultative in the way we do things.
So do you think BN's manifesto, when it comes out, do you think it will sort of, would it try to sort of outperform Pakatan's manifesto? Would it like try to steal ideas from it? How do you see it?
Well, from what I see from the Pakatan manifesto, not that I want to criticize it now, let's put it this way. I think BN is quite fortunate with the fact that the Pakatan manifesto, to my mind, is about outdoing what BN is doing. When I say we are fortunate, because I don't think there is something very fundamental that makes it so different than what we are doing. If only Pakatan Rakyat's manifesto shows something really fundamental, or is fundamentally different, or there is something really new about the way they want to govern, I think we are in deep trouble. So yeah, we'll have to wait until we launch the BN manifesto.
On BN's side, do you think that you could recapture the two-third majority in Parliament?
Two-third majority is going to be tough this time. And I think Malaysians have to be prepared that perhaps two-third majority parliament is really something that is not going to happen again.
Okay.
And this is already the case for most of the developed democracies, yeah. And that is also the reason why the next parliament should be more bipartisan in the way we do things.
Okay. So let's talk about the a really large portion of the voters are undecided. So has BN done enough?
Yeah, the undecided voters.
Bringing you breaking news now. The highest ranking MCA contestant has lost. I'm referring to Caretaker Health Minister Liao Tiong Lai, who's standing in Bentong against anti-Linus Green activist Himpunan Hijau Chief Wong Tak. Now, he was largely seen to be the underdog in this parliamentary seat, but unofficial sources now say he's won by a majority of 3,188. Wong Tak had about 15,542 votes, and Liao had about 12,354 votes. And now going to other news. In Penang, Caretaker Chief Minister Lim Guan Eng has declared victory. He held a press conference about half an hour ago. And looking at the various states, Pakatan seems to have retained Selangor and Penang, and they have won back Perak and Terengganu. These, of course, according to official sources. For official news, you can always go to the Election Commission website, but we've had some trouble loading them, maybe perhaps due to heavy traffic. But that's one source for official news. And in Lembah Pantai, Nurul Izzah, according to unofficial sources, has won with a majority of 1,860 seats. PKR had about 31,000 votes, while BN Raja Nongchik got about 29,000 votes. Moving to Titi Wangsa, unofficial sources say that PAS has lost to BN. We're not sure of the numbers just yet. We'll keep you posted on that. And going now back to Johor, in hot seat Galang Patah, Kit Siang still in the lead with about 17,000 votes, and Abdul Ghani Othman there following behind with about 12,000 votes. The gap there now growing bigger. And in Tebrau, PKR leading with about 400 votes. PKR has about 24,664 votes. Barisan Nasional about 24,200 votes. And surprisingly, there are about 1,200 spoiled votes. We're going to keep you posted on that statistics there. And in Kelantan, some big news, again, unofficial sources. Perkasa's Ibrahim Ali seems to have lost in Pasir Mas. Now, this means that he's lost to past leader Nik Aziz Nikmat's son, Nik Muhammad Abdoh. And in Sarawak, of course, BN had major gains there. It's still very much a BN stronghold, but DAP managed to capture the seats of Kuching, Lanang, Sibu and Sarikei. That's all we have for now. We'll keep you posted.
Welcome back to Kini Talk. I'm Sumisha Naidu and we're joined now by Malaysiakini CEO Premesh Chandran and Wong Chin-Huat, political analyst and member of the Bersih Steering Committee. Welcome back. So we've had some very interesting results, specifically in Bentong. What do we think of that?
Yeah, I think I would still wait for the official results, but I think that this is the MCA number 2, and of course the MCA president Chua Silek did not contest this time around. If they lose Bentong, this would be really damaging for MCA, and perhaps reinforcing the theory which Chin-Huat alluded to earlier, that perhaps this is the end for MCA, and perhaps the Amnization of Barisan Nasional.
And I mean, do you think it's because of what Wong Tak was standing for in terms of the Green movement and in terms of the anti-Linus sentiment that got him?
Specifically in Bentong, yes. I think that Wong Tak has been on the ground in Bentong for quite some days, and in the past 3 weeks, and I think Wong Tak has managed to create a green fever in the constituency. When you have a ceramah, you have about 3 to 4 out of 10% wearing green t-shirts. It's like they embrace the cause as their own. I suppose for a town like Bentong, it perhaps have never get so much of national attention, and so they pride themselves in supporting Wong Tak and his cause. And of course, it's very near to Rao, which has its own environmental problem. But looking beyond that, I think what you see is a complete rejection of the BN parties, BN Chinese party by the Chinese. Not only MCA is almost heading to a pathetic situation, which is we retain 1 or 2 parliamentary seats, if that, if ever. If any. Then the other situation is that you look at SUPP. SUPP basically retains 1 seat, and that was won by its Bidayu candidate. All the Chinese seats are gone.
Would you say it's a symbolic victory, sort of, if the results actually pan out to be official? It's sort of it's the first time that an environment on that platform, on an environmental platform, and with such strong anti-Linus sentiment, that's managed to produce this result. I think that's sort of a first for us. And would you agree with that? Yeah, I think it underlines the mood among Malaysian people, that they don't want another debacle where we have a dangerous plant in Pahang, in Kuantan. Also, we have the Bukit Koman issue, gold mining, possible usage of dangerous chemicals, etc. I think that you've seen Malaysians come out and say, look, enough is enough. We are concerned about environment, but most of all, we want to be consulted on decisions. We don't want public sentiment to be ignored. So I think if Wong Tak has won, it's a great victory both for him, for the DAP, as well as for the environmental movement in Malaysia. And if Pakatan comes to power, they need to be aware of this. Again, going back to the tunnel issue in Penang, you could see the resistance come out when a big project is put forward. And despite DAP's popularity, despite Kuantang's personal popularity, there seems to be some resistance to these big projects. We've also heard that despite a slow lead in Gelang Patah, Lim Kit Siang has now fast overtaken Ghani, and is this as expected? Yep.
I predicted that at the beginning of the race. Yeah. But I think following on what Prem had just said, in the event of Barisan Nasional losing power to Pakatan Rakyat, and if UMNO is significantly weakened, you may see Green becoming the new fault line, between the mainstream parties and other. It may be the basis of a new credible opposition. I don't think. What would it be? Green movement. Environmental protection, environmentalism may become the basis of a credible opposition. I don't think
to a Pakatan government.
To Pakatan government, I don't think you would see a green government in our generation. That's unlikely. Not even in the rest of the world. But they probably would become very credible. Phrasing out the old communal parties, because in many cases, that you like it or not, the mainstream governments, the mainstream parties tends to be held ransom by business interests and so on. And when you have a green movement that is inclusive ethnically, so it's possible to have that legitimacy to galvanize support and act as a loyal opposition to the government.
But do you think that Pakatan Rakyat has already absorbed that cause as their own liners in terms of saying that they will eliminate, they will shut down liners? So, and now do you think, if this is an indication, do you think that they may in future start championing more causes this?
You have a good point that at the moment it's absorbing it, but as what Prem say, if it takes it for granted and thinking that in other cases it can bulldoze over. For example, you still have Pengaran, you have other cases, right? If you think that you can actually just ignore that, then it could be the basis of a new opposition. But otherwise, if you keep it as its own, then I think, of course, Pakatan Rakyat would be safe. But we are talking about one of the possible outcomes. The other possible outcome, of course, is that Barisan Nasional still wins.
Yeah, I think that the point made is that this issue about political financing. I mean, anybody who looks around would see that a lot of money has been spent on these elections. I think by both sides. Obviously more by the incumbents, by Barisan Nasional, but a lot of money has been spent. And somebody's coughing up this money. So there's a natural alliance between business and politics. Business in a way rewards politicians, and politicians then play ball with business. And unless there is a revamp of political financing in this country, this collusion between business and politics will go on. And that's when you'll find resistance, from people's movements, from the green movement, saying, look, we don't want these projects. Let's not profits drive development. Development has to be in the interest of the population. And that will be the larger battle that Pakatan will fight if they come to government. But very much I think that there remains a cleavage. While Pakatan may be a cleaner government, but the issue of development is high on the agenda.
It'd be good because that we would then have a cleavage that's not communal. This country has not really got effective left-right cleavage. They're looking at the poor performance of PSM, a hardcore leftist, genuine leftist party is not getting very far. But if you're going to have a green, between a cleavage between development and environment, that would be one that allow legitimate choices for Malaysian. I don't think there's a way to say, you have to be either very green or very economically, development-minded and so on. It's a question of a choice. Now, if that's the situation, that would be a basis for a new two-party system. But that would not happen anytime soon. We are talking about a long-term future. But what Prem has just said, point out an aspect in electoral reform. When we talk about electoral reform today, we're actually focusing mainly on the polling process, with a bit of attentions on campaigning issue, on media freedom and so on. But what Prem say is actually a larger question. It's like, eventually, how should you actually, how should you actually regulate political competition? In many other countries, for example, Germany, political parties get money from the government.
Well, I just wanted to move on a bit in terms of as the race gets closer between the two. Now, BN still leading, but compared to before, now it's BN 25, PR 13. The possibility that BN may stay in power is still highly there. And to say this is the scenario, we end tonight knowing that Barisan Nasional again has become the next government for the next 5 years in Malaysia. What do we envision will be the coalition's challenges, given that obviously there's also been such a strong momentum of change, and so what will BN's challenge be in the next 5 years?
Well, I think there are two choices. One, you can go ahead with more reform, open up, reform. They need to, even if they win, they need to create a new form of legitimacy. Yeah. They would really need to revamp the election commission, revamp whatever other laws are remaining. Really try to say, look, let's move forward with this process of democratization. And it's going to be very difficult because they will have a lot of resistance internally to that. On the other hand, they can fall back on the old ways and say, look, let's just clamp down, let's just reduce democratic space, and therefore strengthen themselves, institutionalize themselves as government. I think both. I think if they move forward, the resistance they'll face is internal, and if they go backward, then the resistance they face will be external. But definitely it will be a very challenging period for Barisan Nasional. If you look at the lineup of Barisan Nasional leaders, with MCA out of the picture, MIC out of the picture, you're left with UMNO leadership, and because Najib has projected himself as a president, as a single leader, who else do you have in cabinet? I mean, how many strong cabinet leaders do we have? So who is really going to actually engineer this reform? Can Najib do it alone? I don't think so.
But do you think that Najib will actually be?
Well, if he gets if he wins back some states and he wins a majority, yes. But again, UMNO is facing party elections in the immediate future, and this is when this question will be answered: whether the party endorses the idea of reform or furthering reform, or says the party is not going to benefit from this. Let's close ranks and go back to more Mahathir style methods.
I think that's really a question, whether where even if BN survives, Najib's may not. And Najib's the hallmarks of so-called Najib's so-called reform has been one, handout. The other one is the moderation stand on communal relation and outsourcing ethnocentrisms to Perkasa and so on. Now, if MCA and other non-Malays parties do very badly, it's basically saying that Najib's ways of moving to the center does not work, right? I mean, the handout, whether the handout work is another question, but clearly what you try to appeal to the Chinese have not worked. So that would be a point of contention from between the party. The good news for Najib is apparently Zulkifli Nordin and Ibrahim Ali both have lost.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they probably would be the minister in the new Muhyiddin government.
You believe that? What position, what ministerial positions would they be holding?
I think the point is that if Muhyiddin challenges Najib for presidency and becomes president of UMNO and therefore prime minister, then he would reinforce his cabinet with people of his similar worldview, and that would be very damaging for the country.
Okay, so I mean, in this scenario where BN wins, Pakatan loses, and that's another scenario that people have felt that can Pakatan survive the next 5 years, especially with Anwar saying he's going to retire and go and teach in Europe. So can Pakatan survive a defeat without Anwar?
It would be quite a tough thing, because that Pakatan Rakyat would not be able to settle with a new leader. The natural choice should have come from the centrist PKR, but I don't think Azmin Ali can actually convince people. People look at Azmin Ali, I don't think they see a future prime minister, and neither has Nurul made herself powerful enough to take over.
What about Rafizi?
Right? Rafizi is still. I think that they're still too. PAS would not consider unless that PKR wins a clear majority, clearly higher numbers of seats than PAS. Then PAS would have to take it, because DAP would always side with PKR when it comes to the choice of prime ministership. But there's one reason to believe that the Pakatan Rakyat would not collapse: that PAS and DAP need each other. On DAP's side is actually a consensus between the whole party. So you see, if you go back to 5 years ago, DAP would not dare to say we want to team up with PAS. This round, with when the ROS threatens to revoke DAP registration, DAP was bold and say we would take PAS symbol. We would rocket is moon, moon is rocket, and the entire party support it. So not even any dissident faction in the party will try to capitalize on that. It's a party consensus. The uncertainty would have come from PAS. Really would have come from PAS. Whether would PAS stick to that? I think that that would depend on the result. If the moderates actually wins, while some hardliner loses, it would strengthen the moderates' hand, and they would stick with it, because they are complement to each other.
But you will be seeing a race, say Pakatan does lose, and in the next elections, the next few years, will we have Nick Aziz still competing? Will we still have Lim Kit Siang? Will we still have a lot of, and without Anwar Ibrahim? So that will also be a challenge, trying to find these new leaders and keep the Ubah spirit alive. Would you?
Yeah, I think that it will be a challenging period for Pakatan if they lose. They put a lot of work into this. They have built a coalition. They have tried to really move Pakatan forward. It's been a very tough time for them. It's not been easy. And if they don't cross the line this time around, there will be a sudden feeling of anticlimax, of huge disappointment, and they will need the staying power for another 5 years. I see a lot of the older set stepping down, making way for transitions. But there are a lot of young leaders in Pakatan. I think in all three parties, PAS, DAP, PKR have young leaders. And there may be even more unity among the younger generation of leaders who have grown up together, this reformasi era of young leaders. And I think it will bode well. I think that the Malaysians will give the next generation a chance. There is this vacuum in terms of leadership. Who is going to lead?
They probably would find. They probably find what do you call? A temporary interim leader as a compromise. But the interesting part is that a Pakatan Rakyat without Anwar probably would be based on state governments rather than party proper. Because you probably would have the chief minister, the MB, be the one who called the shots, and they would actually form the decision-making circle, and they would find someone as an acceptable leader among themselves until someone really powerful and convincing to emerge.
Okay, let's talk next about the other scenario where Pakatan Rakyat does win and BN loses. First, challenges for Pakatan Rakyat. They have to actually stick to everything, every promise they've made in the manifesto that's been widely criticized as populist. That's one of their challenges. What else?
Yeah, I think they trying to take over a government which has been ruled by a single party, single coalition for 55 years is a huge task. In most cases, this would become kind of a revolution, where you rewrite the constitution, it's like a revolutionary situation which you have to do. But obviously this is not, this is a democratic process. There'll be a fair amount of work internally and to get the government right. And I think that Malaysians have a sense of impatience. I don't think they will be too patient with the new government. Of course, you have a honeymoon year, 6 months, 1 year, but 3-4 years down the line, if there are not some significant changes, Malaysians will say, well, we work so hard for this change. You have to remember that the people feel very much part of this change. It's not that it's just not change generated by the powerful parties. They have participated, they've joined Bersih, they've joined the Himpunan Hijau, they've walked for miles, and people feel that this is theirs, right? That this change is theirs. The Rakyat have won. And they will place those demands on Pakatan Rakyat. Not so much that they need to follow every single thing in the manifesto, but the fundamental issues of corruption, cleaning the system, improving security, feeling that we're in a safer country, the fundamental things have to happen and have to happen quickly.
Yep. Yeah. I think I agree with what Prem said, that Pakatan Rakyat victory in 2013 would be very different compared to what-if situations that Barisan Alternative victories in 1999, because then it would be Anwar's victory. People actually just they would have supported the opposition because of Anwar. Yeah. It's driven by personality. This time around, they believe that this is theirs, and they would not be very tolerant of Pakatan Rakyat should Pakatan Rakyat make any mistake. But Pakatan Rakyat, ironically, may find an unlikely ally in a defeated UMNO. What I mean is that, imagine this, if UMNO is left with 50 or 60 seats, has no hope of coming back to power in the short term, then its 50, 60 seats would likely come from Malay heartland, because anywhere with a mixed electorate, they would have been defeated, right? Now, these parliamentarians, the future for these UMNO parliamentarians would have been to attack PAS for selling out Islam, attack PKR for selling out Malays. This would hold these two parties back. right? And a lot of reform would have taken place, but the population may be persuaded and say, now you basically have an UMNO which is the embodiment of Ibrahim Ali and Zulkifli Nordin, even though they have lost, right? And therefore, you would have to tolerate whatever nonsense that Pakatan Rakyat would give to you, because the other options is not viable at all.
It's a very interesting scenario, and obviously that we're talking about then a scenario where BN has lost. And I was reading a note that's been circulating on Facebook. It's called "To My BN Supporter Friends," trying to convince them why they should vote Pakatan Rakyat. And one of the points this I think it's a girl made was that even if you support Pakatan Rakyat and BN loses, at least give Pakatan Rakyat a chance for 5 years, and that will create healthy competition, and BN will actually be kept in check. And if they come back next time, they'll be better, and they'll be more. Well, basically, they'll be a better government. Would you agree with that assessment that a defeated BN will be a better BN?
That argument is based on one assumption, that you still have Barisan Nasional.
Okay.
The line that we have been talking about is that with the situation now, even if Barisan Nasional wins, that Barisan Nasional is perhaps a coalition, it's a Bumiputra coalition. It's not going to be the Barisan Nasional. It's a Barisan Bumiputra, right? Now that would not have much incentive to actually survive. The incentive is for them to move to the flank rather than move to the center, because you see no prospect of coming back. Right? Unless we have decentralization, we have local elections. Why? Because then Barisan Nasional, or whatever the remnants of the old Barisan Nasional, would have an incentive to regroup themselves and try to form a team and seize municipal power or state power. Then they would have to be moderating, because there's no way that you're just winning Malay heartland state. You have to win some urban seats and so on. And then they would, through the party structure, moderate the extremist elements in the party.
Yeah, I think that what will happen if Pakatan is in power, and what will happen to BN is that basically UMNO will become BN, BN will become UMNO, right? And if Pakatan fails to deliver, and I think they'll have a lot of problems delivering on basic bread and butter issues, they will fan a sentiment among Malays saying that, look, you're not getting what you deserve because of Pakatan's work with non-Malays. So you need to form an ethnocentric bloc in order to win back what you deserve. So they basically play the race card very strongly. So they would basically try to pull people from PAS into UMNO or BN. So like I mentioned, because of this demographic change, they would argue the case that Malays alone could rule or could win in Peninsular Malaysia if they are united with an alliance of parties in Sabah and Sarawak. So they would form that, on one hand, that kind of opposition, as well as you would have this opposition, for example, a green opposition, maybe a socialist opposition, where people are saying, look, let's, Pakatan maybe has not delivered enough to the people, and they want a better, more environmental policies, more policies for the grassroots. So you'd have that kind of fracturing the opposition into two blocks. But it's going to be very interesting, because Malaysia has never lived through this. Pakatan currently has really got a lot of interesting leaders. The question is whether they can actually strategize and deliver on, say, what are the top 3 promises, and make people feel that they are these fundamental changes that they're benefiting from.
And of course, the other challenge, and this is something that BN has been really pushing in terms of PAS being the wild card for Pakatan Rakyat. And if Pakatan Rakyat does come into power, they're saying that PAS is going to leave, or PAS is going to create a lot of problems. Do you agree that will be a challenge for Pakatan Rakyat?
Not at the beginning. Certainly not at the beginning. The very simple reason is that most of the seats PAS contest is actually overlapping with UMNO. So, UMNO defeat would mean PAS victory to quite some extent. So there's no reason for PAS to actually team up with the loser. What PAS has been working for 50 years is actually to replace UMNO. So in that sense, it's quite unlikely. But it's more likely is that the remnant of UMNO would form an ethnocentric group pressuring PAS and PKR. And the only way for PAS and PKR to take this out is further democratizing it. The reason is this. Now, when you open up the political system, when you make political competition much more possible, you're giving your opponents a chance to win executive power at different levels of government. Now, why is it so important? Minister and lawmakers are two different types of political animals. If I'm a lawmaker, by that I mean oppositions or government backbenchers, my main task is actually to perform, on stage, to give orations, to move the ground and so on. I need to show as like I'm paid. I would actually get paid off for being a firebrand, right? But if I'm a minister, I actually have resources to disband. I can actually do a lot of things. On the other hand, to run jurisdiction, whether it's a municipality, a state or a country, I cannot afford to rock the boat. So I have to be moderate.
Right, so I think on that note, we're just going to take a bit of a break, and
maybe I could just mention before we go to the highlights. Apparently, MIC President G. Panley Vale has won Cameron Highlands by just 80 votes. This is the president of MIC. Of course, the past president lost. Sami Vale lost in Sungai Siput. Very interesting result. Very narrow. Majority. Also, maybe congratulations to Dr. Jayakumar. A favorite among the leftists, a socialist party candidate, contesting under PKR banner in Sungai Siput, apparently has won or is leading substantially against SK Deva Mani from MIC.
But unfortunately for PSM, it has lost Semenye. In a three-corner fight. I think that there's a chance that the party president, Dr. Nasir, may lose Kota Damansara because of the contestations by PAS. Now, the two seats that I'm dying to watch is Tasik Gelugo and Kuala Kangsar. Why? Because you actually have UMNO heavyweights running. If they survive, you will see another pattern that UMNO can be actually factionalized because that the UMNO no longer have an ideology to hold everyone back. So the warlords may decide to actually say they become independents, they cultivate their own followings, they break out into smaller party. That would be a more positive trend for Pakatan Raya.
All right, I guess we'll keep an eye on those seats, and Temily will be back soon with more news updates, and we'll resume our discussions later. Thank you.
My seats? You're talking about...
Very close.
Yeah.
Sorry? And I think we have to have a new kind of BN. BN that is more open.
Well, we are really soldiers in the sense that you are an agent for change. So you should not do something because it is easy. You have to do it because it's right. I am not under any illusions to think that this is going to be an easy fight.
There are many who have benefited from the transformation program. Of course, there are areas that still need to be further improved. I'm not saying that all is perfectly implemented.
Tell the current regime or the current power that we, Rakyat, want to take up the challenge. We, Rakyat, will stand up.
I'm Prasad and this is Kini Talk. Our guest today needs no introduction, but I'll give him one. He's the chairperson for Himpunan Hijau, the environmental group who's best known for their campaign against the rare earth refinery plant in Gebeng, Kuantan. Mr. Wong Tak, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So we just start off by telling what got you into environmentalism.
Beautiful country, beautiful country. We are so fortunate. I always said in Malay, Tuhan bagi kita anugerah yang begitu indah. God gave us such a beautiful gift. We must protect them. We must protect it. At the age of 50, I go full time into environmental work.
So when did you start? Was it as a youth or was it later on in life?
I think it started off in my childhood. I think the influence is from my childhood. Being
And I think we have to have a new kind of BN. BN and that is more open?
Well, we are really soldiers in the sense that you are an agent for change. So you should not do something because it is easy. You have to do it because it's right. I am not under any illusions to think that this is going to be an easy fight.
There are many who have benefited from the transformation program. Of course, there are areas that still need to be further improved. I'm not saying that all is perfectly implemented.
Tell the current regime or the current power that we, Rakyat, want to take up the challenge. We, Rakyat, will stand up.
It is time for us to practice new politics that includes integrity, new governance framework, innovations in democracy, and progressive political thoughts.
Because we are moving towards non-racial politics, and 39% of Malaysians would like to identify themselves as Malaysian rather than as Chinese, Indian, or Malay.
It boils down to one simple message, which governments can ensure there is a common agenda for our nation building. Is it Barisan Nasional, or is it that my friends from Pakatan?
Now, how is Barisan Nasional going to pay for all the promises they promised last Saturday? They're going to pay for it by introducing GST, a supposedly fairer tax system.
Kawan-kawan saya semua berdemonstrasi. Pasal kami tak suka demonstrasi. Ini kesalahan kaki tau. Kalau ikut hukum duit kena potong kaki tu. Betul tak? Potong kaki kan?
Hello, my name is Sumisha Naidu and welcome to Kini Focus. Today we'll be taking a look at how social media has become the latest battleground in Malaysian politics. Barisan Nasional has been at the forefront of this, organising conferences such as this one to help their cyber troopers prepare for the battle on social media. With more than 2,000 volunteers at the ready, Barisan Nasional Cyber Army is geared up to take on whatever comes their way.
We will fight. We will fight. And we will win. Not only in the real election, but in the cyber world. Nobody can beat us because we have jentera Barisan Nasional yang betul-betul percaya kepada perjuangan cyber yang dipimpin oleh Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Muhammad Najib Tun Razak.
Sure you know me, I'm power crazy. One time that PM, I'll sell my country.
UMNO Youth launched its new media unit in 2008 to reach out to voters who were active in the cyber world.
At the same time also, we were tasked to disseminate information basically on policy, on program, and also whatever good things about Barisan Nasional. And we were also tasked to counter allegations, lies, slanders by the opposition. These were our tasks.
The new media unit and the more recently formed BN Youth Cyber Team were the brainchild of BN Youth Chief Khairi Jamaluddin.
Alam cyber media social is the mainstream media for the opposition. Kita ni sebagai pemain lawan, away team yang main dalam alam cyber. Sebab itu bila kita masuk gelanggang mereka di mana kita walaupun kita tidak ketinggalan, tetapi satu suasana dan keadaan di mana kita berdepan dengan saingan yang lebih hebat daripada gelanggang yang lain. Perlu kita buktikan bahawa kita dapat menang dalam gelanggang tersebut. Kemenangan yang paling manis adalah apabila kita main di gelanggang orang lain dan kita menang.
BN now boasts a cohort of volunteers who spend time defending the party's name in the cyber world, many of whom are young and believe in the message they're spreading.
As a cyber troopers, I think I can explain a little bit thing if something is not right happening in Facebook, Twitter, blog.
Then we share, we tell that, oh, this is the views and what actually happened, and from our angle, from a BN angle, how we look on this issue or that issue, that what is our stand.
BN kan banyak buat kebaikan kepada masyarakat. So saya sokong BN mungkin diorang lebih pentingkan rakyat, student, macam kita contoh dapat BRIM. So BN more fokus on rakyat lah.
At this BN cyber activist conference, the opposition's alleged low blow tactics were a frequent topic of discussion.
Parlimen tanya, Dato' Seri, diorang selalu fitnah, kita pun kena fitnah. PM kata, relax, don't. We should not do that. We have success stories.
Maka kita kena sabar benda ini. Biarlah mereka kata apa, itu hak mereka. Tapi kita terus buat apa yang betul, iaitu beri perspektif dan fakta yang lebih tepat kepada rakyat.
The cyber activists KiniTV spoke to say they weren't interested in petty attacks, but in rational discussion.
Come and attack me. Some of them like personal attack me or doing my privacy. What they send the PM message to me. Actually, I just keep quiet. I never reply back. I just ask them. I just wait. You have to respect me, then I will respect you. If you talk nonsense to me, no choice. I will block you.
So you think there should be rational discourse?
Yeah, we have to share the real information. That's only. I don't think if the opposition or who, you should know what you should say, what you should teach to your people.
BN, however, has also fielded criticism for the way its cyber troopers have launched their attacks. But Tun Faisal says it was opposition supporters who started that form of social media warfare. He also stressed the need to make a distinction between the cyber activist Barisan Nasional trains and those who have taken up the cause by themselves.
Basically, I can give some guidance, some guidelines, and they have to follow rules and regulations by the party. But those who are independent, who are not under new media unit, that one we can't control. They might be pro-government, they want to be pro-government, pro-Barisan Nasional, but their methods, their approach might be different a little bit than us.
So what is the BN Cyber Trooper approach?
Basically, we need to have facts. That's the first thing. Second, we need to have the skills to use multiple platforms of social media. And the third, we need to understand propaganda. Because if we don't understand the propaganda by this opposition, then we cannot counter it. So these are the basic skills that most of the cyber troopers has.
At the cyber activist gathering we attended, cyber troopers also received feedback on how to avoid getting caught in tricky situations.
So how do we avoid this?
Good question. Make sure your sentence structure ends with a question mark. Simplest way, the most simplest way I follow. End the question with a question mark. Or just say, in my opinion, I think he is a gay. I didn't say any names, huh? Did I say any names? No. In my opinion, I think he's a gay. Oh, tomorrow somebody, why did Kamala doesn't say he's a gay? Oh, I say in my opinion. My opinion may be wrong. My opinion may be right. So can you sue me?
Only time will tell how effective social media will be in helping Barisan Nasional win GE13. This is Sumisha Naidu reporting for KiniTV.
For this 49-year-old mother of two, it was a trip to USA in 2011 that changed her life. She was eating at this restaurant in LA when a group of Malaysian students sitting nearby handed her a flyer listing Bersih's 8 demands. It was a stirring moment for Andrea. She took part in the Bersih rally that year and later joined Mama Bersih when it was formed in 2012.
因为妈妈影响着下一代，教育下一代。那很多下一代呢，他们可能对社会不关心的话，原因来自于父母可能没有去跟他们分享，所以我们觉得这个很重要。
Tonight, Andrea is out with these mamas to encourage people to vote this coming general election.
这次大选呢，我们期待着一些改变。
Mama Bersih kicked off when a few average mothers and housewives met at Bersih's third rally and realized they had a common aim. They then took to social media to find out if there were other concerned mothers like themselves. Today, their Facebook page has over 2,800 likes, and their network spans from Johor to Penang.
Me as a mom, that is my kids' future. So no, I can't bear, I can't tolerate that. So that is why I'm here. I need to fight for my kids' future. I need to fight with my own hands.
Tonight, they're also distributing their self-published newspaper, The Sunflower, funded solely by donations. The content includes political and environmental issues.
就是因为这个苦行啊，因为我们去 process 传单嘛，然后我们发现到说传单呢，它不能够表达很多东西，然后 internet 上面呢，人家很多一直 sharing 很多这些 information， 但是你 sharing information 只是在 internet 罢了，很多人没有上 internet 的人，他们没有看到，所以我们就把这些 information 呢compile起来，所以我们的目的其实是要 for 那一些没有接触 internet 的人。
Now it's an average Saturday night here at this Setia Alam Pasar Malam, and these mamas are not only reaching out to those who've come here to shop, but also to the business owners as well.
是会因为我们也想知道更多的内幕消息，更多的我们之前忽略掉的东西啊，我们之前没有看到的东西啊，这样子可以 review 回咯，所以我们可以更详细知道里面的内幕消息啊。
因为我们都不是 politician， 我们不会知道 politics 里面有什么东西，所以通过这样的报道，我们会明白清楚更多的东西，所以它的动向到哪里。
Tonight is Think Think's first time out with Mama Bersih. She feels outings like these create awareness.
Last time, without social media, without internet, we don't know this. We can only rely on those conventional, media like TV3, RTN. But now we have other channels to know about this thing, so it creates more awareness.
And what do the mamas' husbands think about their efforts?
很荣幸，很感谢的是，我们这群妈妈的老公呢，都很支持我们。那每次比如说有妈妈要出来的时候呢，其实都要很协调的，要跟老公挑时间啊，因为有时候要载孩子啊，要上线啊什么，但老公都很肯啊，就是说要挑时间的时候，老公就愿意在家顾孩子，然后他们就出来。
He's quite supportive, fortunately. Yeah, but he does complain when there's too much time taken up. But well, we just got to discuss and solve the issue on this.
But whatever the response, these mothers are not discouraged because it is their children's future that motivates them.
I don't know, I'm a mom. My kids is very important to me. I believe it is very important to a lot of other parents out there too. Without the future of Malaysia, my children has got no more future.
And as long as the future is worth fighting for, these mothers may just show up at a pasar malam near you. Temily Tianmay for Kini Focus. Welcome back. Here's the latest. The scoreboard now stands at 27-18. BN, of course, holding 27 and PKR with 18. Most of BN seats so far have come from parliamentary seats in Sarawak. But now let's take a look at what's been going on down south in Johor. In Johor, DAP's Liu Chintong has managed to wrest the Kluang parliamentary seat from MCA with about 90% of the votes counted so far. He has an unassailable lead. DAP has about 33,000 votes. BN has about 26,000 votes. Meanwhile, in DAP is also expected to win in Kulai. So far, the count is 28,000 for DAP and about 16,000 for BN. In Galang Patah, Lim Kit Siang is on the way to victory. His lead has increased to about 10,000 votes now. DAP has about 30,000 votes. BN has about 20,000 votes. But of course, Galang Patah has about 100,000 voters, so it's still a long way to go before we know who wins for sure. Now, in Labis, DAP candidate Ramakrishnan Supaya is expected to beat incumbent MP Chua Ti Yong. So far, DAP is leading by about 2,000 votes. Now, in Tebrau, unofficial results show that PKR has won 31,000 votes, and lagging behind is BN with about 29,000 votes. And now, coming back to the Klang Valley though, over here in Lembah Pantai, where Nurul Izzah was contesting against Raja Nong Chik, there seems to be high tension around the area after her victory was declared. We're going to take a look at some pictures that we've managed to compile. These pictures surfaced on Twitter in the last hour or so, showing hordes of PKR supporters blocking the way of cars, allegedly carrying extra ballot boxes. Now, eyewitnesses say BN and PR supporters were forming some kind of human barricade. They were guarding the entrance to the voting center, and they were demanding that every car, even police cars, be checked. There's not been any violence as far as we can tell, but those tweeting from the location say that PKR lawyers have turned up to ensure their protection. From the latest we've heard, it seems that that has been resolved, but we're going to keep you posted as and when we receive new information. Let's take a look now at some of the comments we've received from voters on our Facebook page. About an hour ago, I posted asking to hear what your comments are and what you think. We've heard some interesting stories here, like this one from Renee Chong, who says that we should pay some attention to senior citizens voting. She had an experience this morning with her old parents. They were struggling with the indelible ink, they couldn't walk properly, and they went blank when they reached the booth on which party to cross, and she was thankful that she was with them throughout and can't imagine what other senior citizens must have experienced if they were not accompanied. Thanks there for sharing that, Renee. And of course, Chin Liu here asked us, is it possible to know the names of your guests talking about the election results just now so that I can follow their Facebook? Yes, we are more than happy to let you know right after this news update. Now, a lot of political comments, of course. And of course, someone here posted at the bottom for us to stop posting unofficial results. I'd like to clarify here that most of our results here come from sources from Malaysiakini, and of course their reporters are stationed all across Malaysia, also from the different political parties. The Election Commission's official results is going to come out much later, so as far as we can tell, we're sharing with you what we know purely for you to be up to date with what's going on. Before we go back to the talk show, let's take a look at the latest numbers. Very briefly, PAS has announced on its website that it has retained Kelantan with a simple majority, and it has won 23 state seats out of Kelantan's 45 state seats. And MIC President Palanivel has won the Cameron seat in Pahang, beating M. Manogaran with a very small majority of 80 votes. BN had about 9,003 votes, and DAP had about 8,923 votes. Now, very, very close there. And as of 10:15 p.m., DAP has announced that it's won all 11 state seats and 2 parliamentary seats that they contested in Negeri Sembilan, and that Pakatan is likely to win the state. Now we'll have to wait and see what happens there. And in the Federal Territory, DAP has won the parliamentary seats of Seputeh, Segambut, Kepong, Bukit Bintang and Cheras. And in Sarawak, like I mentioned before, it's Bandar Kuching, Stampin, Sarike, Lanang and Sibu. So the counting for Sarawak is almost complete at this point. And for state seats, DAP has declared victory in Sekinchan and Subang Jaya and Selangor, Bilot in Pahang, and in Sabah it's won Likas, Luyang, Kepayan and Sri Tanjung. And finally, for this update, PSM leader D. Jayakumar, who is contesting under the PKR banner, is expected to retain his seat in Sungai Siput in Perak, and he has a solid lead over his challenger SK Devamani of BN. So the voting count, so far, PKR has about 21,000 votes, and BN has about 16,000 votes. And the total number of voters in Sungai Siput is about 51,000 votes, so a pretty strong lead there from him. Now let's go back to Sumisha and our guests.
Welcome back to Kini Talk. I'm Sumisha Naidu, and just to remind you of our guests since you asked, this is Malaysiakini CEO Premesh Chandran and Wong Chin-Huat, a political analyst and a member of the Bersih Steering Committee. And just an update to Temily's results. BN has now won 31 parliamentary seats and Pakatan Rakyat 21. We've heard some pretty interesting results there. Of course, the one being one of the most watched seats, Gelang Patah, has gone to Lim Kit Siang. Wong Chin-Huat, do you have any comment on that?
Well, I think that victory cannot be attributed to the strong support of the Chinese voters alone. It shows that Kit Siang has gained substantial support from the Malay and the Indians. And we're looking at the outcome in the nearby seats is the southern tip of Johor. You would read that there's actually a substantial Malay swing towards Pakatan. I think this is very interesting because you are seeing this is not what Mahathir say. You know, if Kit Siang win, this is bad for integration in Malaysia. But you rather see a cross-communal support for a veteran parliamentary opposition leader beating an outgoing chief minister. And I think that tells you a lot that when this happened in the state where UMNO was born, is saying that the charm of the old ethno-nationalism discourse of UMNO is no longer working, even in its birthplace.
I think it's also a symbolic victory for DAP in a sense, because they were really fighting the strong perception that they were a Chinese party. The whole time that I was there, that was from the Malay voters that DAP was a Chinese party, communist party, and even the sole DAP Malay candidate who's contesting in Johor was saying it was so hard for him to convince Malay voters of that. So if you're saying that really there is a Malay swing towards voters toward PR,
including DAP.
Yeah, it is really a very interesting win.
Yeah, I think that what we're seeing is that the southern Malay voters have swung against BN to a certain degree, and that has produced a string of victories for DAP and PKR in Johor.
And PAS as well.
And then you've seen a swung back among Malays in the north, in Kedah, towards BN, allowing BN to regain Kedah. And I think the interesting part is the Segamat MP Datuk Subramaniam surviving, and also G. Palnivel. MIC have actually have not been wiped out. There were a lot of predictions that would be wiped out, which perhaps signals that perhaps the Indian votes in a way swung back to a certain degree to BN and helped bring a few of the MIC incumbents back.
Do you think the Hindraf, Vetamurti making the pact with Barisan Nasional, do you think that helped at all to swing the Indian vote?
I think to a certain degree. I think we will have to do the calculations, as more results come in. But definitely, if they are, MIC is not wiped out, if they pick up, if they win a few seats or retain a few seats, it looks like the working class Indians have, in a way, some of them have swung back to the BN.
I think Pakatan Rakyat and would need to really study about the needs of the Indian community. The last election, the political tsunami in the 2008 was basically triggered by the Hindraf and so on, right? But this time around, you see them going back. I think that's something really need to be studied. As I say, this is the first time Indian got rewarded. After 2008, it was the first time the Indian got rewarded for voting against BN, and they're responding to that reward.
All right. We've also had Terengganu has gone back to Barisan Nasional. Unofficial reports are saying, what do we read into that?
Well, yeah, I mean, BN was they were going to were in Terengganu, and they were retained Terengganu. It's not a big surprise. We have to look at the margins of victory to see whether PAS has made any inroads. I understand it was close. So it's interesting that even in East Coast you see some movement among the Malay voters.
Right, and also in Negeri Sembilan, we've heard that Pakatan's really making some headway there. We already know that there were a lot of people attending cheramas and all that kind of thing, but attendance at cheramas doesn't necessarily translate into votes. But what do we think about the situation in Negeri Sembilan?
If you combine the voting trends of Johor and Negeri Sembilan, looking at it now, it might be a bit too early to say. But the feeling I have is that you probably have a swing towards Pakatan Rakyat from the Chinese and the southern part of the peninsula. But going north, it seems like the Malay electorate is more in favor of UMNO. And that's something we need to study more.
Right. Latest updates seem to say Barisan Nasional has now won 33 parliamentary seats and Pakatan Rakyat 22. Incumbent MP Khalid Samad has defeated Perkasa Vice President Zulkifli Nordin in Shah Alam with a slight increase in majority. In 2008, Khalid won the seat with a majority of 9,314 votes. So that's the official results that's come in. And I don't know, I guess now we're approaching the 11 p.m., PN33, PR22. How do we foresee the rest of the night going at this stage?
Well, I think the next hour will be critical, and I think by 12 o'clock we will get a kind of clear picture. I think if you look at where the results are coming in, PR has definitely made inroads in Peninsular Malaysia. I think, from 80 seats in Peninsula, I think they're looking at, say, 90, 95. They've won 5 or 6 seats in Sarawak, so Peninsula and Sarawak would take them to 100, maybe 102. They would still need about 10 seats from Sabah. 8 to 10 seats, depending on how well they do in Peninsula. So we'll wait to see the trends in Sabah. So I think the next 1 hour will be critical, and by 12 o'clock we'll get an interesting picture of how it's done.
And the interesting part would be this, that if Pakatan Rakyat secures a clear majority, let's say about 100 seats, I think UMNO is gone, basically. But it would be a very murky situation because that involves a lot of horse tradings and so on. And I think Malaysia would need to be prepared for a bit of uncertainty for the next week.
All right. Well, we'll just end it there for now, and we'll be back again later. Please stay tuned to our Facebook pages, Malaysiakini and KiniTV, as well as our websites to see when our next live broadcast will be. For now, thank you, Prem, and thank you, Chin-Huat, for joining us on the program, and thank you for watching.
And I think we have to have a new kind of BN. BN that is more open.
Well, we are really soldiers in the sense that you are an agent for change. So you should not do something because it is easy. You have to do it because it's right. I am not under any illusions to think that this is going to be an easy fight.
There are many who have benefited from the transformation program. Of course, there are areas that still need to be further improved. I'm not saying that all is perfectly implemented.
Tell the current regime or the current power that we, Rakyat, want to take up the challenge. We, Rakyat, will stand up.
It is time for us to practice new politics that includes integrity, new governance framework, innovations in democracy, and progressive political thoughts.
Because we are moving towards non-racial politics, and 39% of Malaysians would like to identify themselves as Malaysian rather than as Chinese, Indian, or Malay.
It boils down to one simple method, one simple message, which governments can ensure there is a common agenda for our nation building. Is it Barisan Nasional, or is it that my friends from Pakatan?
Now, how is Barisan Nasional going to pay for all the promises they promised last Saturday? They're going to pay for it by introducing GST, a supposedly fairer tax system.
Kawan-kawan saya semua berdemonstrasi pasal kami tak suka
And I think we have to have a new kind of BN. BN that is more open.
Well, we are really soldiers in the sense that you are an agent for change. So you should not do something because it is easy. You have to do it because it's right. I am not under any illusions to think that this is going to be an easy fight.
There are many who have benefited from the transformation program. Of course, there are areas that still need to be further improved. I'm not saying that all is perfectly implemented.
Tell the current regime or the current power that we, rakyat, want to take up the challenge. We, rakyat, will stand up.
It is time for us to practice new politics that includes integrity, new governance framework, innovations in democracy, and progressive political thoughts.
Because we are moving towards non-racial politics, and 39% of Malaysians would like to identify themselves as Malaysian rather than as Chinese, Indian, or Malay.
It boils down to one simple method, one simple message, which governments can ensure there is a common agenda for our nation building. Is it Barisan Nasional, or is it that my friends from Pakatan?
Now, how is Barisan Nasional going to pay for all the promises they promised last Saturday? They're going to pay for it by introducing GST, a supposedly fairer tax system.
I'm a first-time voter. I'm excited for the general election. This upcoming general election is a very different thing, and historically it's very different.
Well, if you think you are the government that you want to sustain for a long time, you should start from the beginning, not from the middle or during the election time only.
Okay, so saya rasa untuk tahun ni dia boleh pegang lagi lah Selangor ni kan, bahagian lepas pantai ni semua kan. Saya mengundi dekat kampung saya, Kota Terengganu. Balik mengundi lah insyaAllah.
Sebenarnya tak kisahlah siapa-siapa yang naik, tapi cuma yang penting kita semua harmoni. So itu yang penting sebenarnya.
It done also lah, but not much also lah. So we try new party.
Contohnya, kalau pemimpin tu dia, katakan dia tu, dia punya latar belakang dia tidak bagus, jadi dia tidak akan boleh pimpin kita sebaiknya. Dato' Najib ni okey dah. Kita rasa dah dia adalah terbaik.
UMNO youth has been transformed from being this rabid, radical, ethnocentric, right-wing Malay rights organization to one that's more service-oriented.
I don't think any of the Malays want to succeed and to be branded, you are successful because you benefit from race politics and the programs. We want to be known that we can stand on our own.
Barisan Nasional have a very clear directions. Okay. We have our visions, our missions. We are the ruling parties. We want to bring our countries to developed countries as in the year 2020.
And yet today we are running on 1.6 billion with record surpluses of 180 million. And that is despite giving out so many welfare benefits to the people in need throughout the state of Selangor.
There are Malaysians who have been marginalized, who are out of the mainstream of development, not because of their own fault or wrongdoing. Then we must put it right.
The change, unlike in some countries where it has to be through popular uprising, in our case, it will be translated through the ballot box.
Kenapa nak berubah? Nak mengubah sesuatu hanya kerana ada orang kata berubah, dia ada muslihat politik.
One of those great Malaysian history poesi, Dato' On Jafar. Dia cadang bahawa UMNO perlulah buka pintu supaya UMNO bukan sahaja menerima keahlian daripada orang Melayu, tetapi pun terbuka kepada orang
Tired of the same old chemical-treated, mineral-stripped news out there?
We'll bring you facts on the ground and the human face behind the story. And we'll give you context without taking sides, merging the big picture with the small details. You've been watching, we've been listening, and now we're coming to you on the go 24/7.
From Sabah to Putrajaya, KiniTV brings you news as it happens from where it happened.
We're talking to people in the know and those who want to know. Malaysian society in general has become more, they have a clear vision of what they want about education, about all these things, so why not about media? But what we're doing at KiniTV, I think the comment of our viewers actually counts. In traditional TV, they decide what you watch, but here it's like an interactive process.
We look at Facebook, Twitter, social media, and also we're on YouTube, so we actually monitor the comments and see what they're talking about the videos and how they're reacting to it.
When the audience knows that they have the power to influence what goes on the news, that itself gives them ownership over what they watch. When we first started off, we had a few technical issues and our viewers obviously all pointed it out and it was good.
It helps us improve ourselves because we know what they are talking about, so we can go after issues that are important to people.
Sometimes I think the comments takes the story one step further.
So we kind of evolve and adapt to what the people want.
You get the stories out there, you get to communicate with the people you're writing the story about and the people who are watching the stories.
It creates a sort of a very healthy ecosystem where people discuss about things.
KiniTV is your story on our camera. What a fail!
And I think we have to have a new kind of BN. BN that is more open.
Well, we are really soldiers in the sense that you are an agent for change. So you should not do something because it is easy. You have to do it because it's right. I am not under any illusions to think that this is going to be an easy fight.
There are many who have benefited from the transformation program. Of course, there are areas that still need to be further improved. I'm not saying that all is perfectly implemented.
Tell the current regime or the current power that we, rakyat, want to take up the challenge. We, rakyat, will stand up.
It is time for us to practice new politics that includes integrity, new governance framework, innovations in democracy, and progressive political thoughts.
Because we are moving towards non-racial politics, and 39% of Malaysians would like to identify themselves as Malaysian rather than as Chinese, Indian, or Malay.
It boils down to one simple message, which governments can ensure there is a common agenda for our nation building. Is it Barisan Nasional, or is it that my friends from Pakatan?
Now, how is Barisan Nasional going to pay for all the promises they promised last Saturday? They're going to pay for it by introducing GST, a supposedly fairer tax system.
I'm a first-time voter. I'm excited for the general election, this upcoming general election. It's a very different thing, and historically it's very different.
Well, if you think you are the government that want to sustain for a long time, you should start from the beginning, not from the middle or during the election time only.
Okay, so saya rasa untuk tahun ni dia boleh pegang lagi lah Selangor ni kan, bahagian lepas pantai ni semua kan. Saya mengundi dekat kampung saya, Kota Terengganu. Balik mengundi lah insyaAllah.
Sebenarnya tak kisahlah siapa-siapa yang naik, tapi cuma yang penting kita semua harmoni. So itu yang penting sebenarnya.
It done also lah, but not much also lah. So we try new party.
Contohnya, kalau pemimpin tu dia katakan dia punya latar belakang dia tidak bagus, jadi dia tidak akan boleh pimpin kita sebaiknya. Dato' Najib ni okey dah. Kita rasa dah dia adalah terbaik.
UMNO Youth has been transformed from being this rabid, radical, ethnocentric, right-wing Malay rights organization to one that's more service-oriented.
I don't think any of the Malays want to succeed and to be branded, you are successful because you benefit from race politics and the programs. We want to be known that we can stand on our own.
Barisan Nasional have a very clear directions. Okay. We have our visions, our missions. We are the ruling parties. We want to bring our countries to developed countries as in the year 2020.
And yet today we are running on 1.6 billion with record surpluses of 180 million. And that is despite giving out so many welfare benefits to the people in need throughout the state of Selangor.
There are Malaysians who have been marginalized, who are out of the mainstream of development, not because of their own fault or wrongdoing. Then we must put it right.
The change, unlike in some countries where it has to be through popular uprising, in our case, it will be translated through the ballot box.
Kenapa nak berubah? Nak mengubah sesuatu hanya kerana ada orang kata berubah, dia ada muslihat politik.
One of those great Malaysian history poesi, Dato' On Jafar. Dia cadang bahawa UMNO perlulah buka pintu supaya UMNO bukan sahaja menerima keahlian daripada orang Melayu tetapi pun terbuka kepada orang bukan Melayu.
Tired of the same old chemical treated, mineral strip news out there?
We'll bring you facts on the ground and the human face behind the story.
And we'll give you context without taking sides, merging the big picture with the small details.
You've been watching, we've been listening, and now we're coming to you on the go 24/7.
From Sabah to Putrajaya, KiniTV brings you news as it happens from where it happened.
We're talking to people in the know and those who want to know.
Okay, what happenings are...
Welcome to this hour's news update. I'm Temily Tianmay, and now let's take a look at the latest numbers. According to unofficial sources, of course our source for this time, Malaysiakini.com, BN is leading with 97 parliamentary seats, PR following behind with 38 parliamentary seats. Now 97 seats, that's 15 seats short of what they need to win and retain federal power. Now, earlier tonight, we reported that Anwar Ibrahim had called for PC at about 9 p.m, but we just want to update you that we've heard nothing so far about the matter, and that our reporter is there standing by to wait in the event of such a press conference. And we'd also like to make a correction on what we reported earlier on Bentong. Again, all our information up to now is based on unofficial sources. Earlier we reported that Wong Tak won the seat in Bentong. We now have discovered that he's actually lost. Incumbent Liao Tong Lai, who's the caretaker health minister, will be retaining his seat there now for the 4th term. In terms of numbers, BN got 25,947 votes, that's for Liao Tong Lai, and Wong Tak actually lost by just about 400 votes. Meanwhile, in Galang Patah though, some good news for Pakatan. It's now been confirmed Lim Kit Siang has indeed won. Lost there for caretaker Johor Menteri Besar Abdul Ghani Othman.
And in total, so far, from what we've seen, Pakatan Rakyat has picked up about 18 seats from BN, but lost 5, with a net gain of about 14 seats. And it's now 16 seats short of attaining a simple majority. And while there is a swing among Chinese voters to Pakatan, the swing among Malay voters appears uneven. And I'm going to show you now very quickly the seats that Pakatan has gained and what they've lost. So looking at the seats they've gained, they are Stampin, Sarikei, Lanang, these in Sarawak, Kluang, Kampar, Miri, Lumut, Gelang Patah, Sandakan, and Sibu, which they lost in 2008 but won in 2010 by-election. Tuaran, Penampang, Bukit Katil, Temerloh, Alostar, Pandan, Kuala Terengganu, and Dungun. And now looking at the seats that they've lost, Titi Wangsa, Kuala Selangor, Padang and Balik Pulau. And now taking a look now at BN figures that have fallen, some major notable figures on BN's side. We've got Teng Chang Yao, he was Penang's BN chief, and just earlier tonight he had a press conference announcing his resignation after his loss. We have Kong Cho Ha, who's caretaker transport minister. Now he was standing the Lumut parliamentary seat. And now Lee Chi Leong, who's a Deputy Interior Minister in the Kampar parliamentary seat in Perak. Raja Nongchik, of course, lost to Nurul Izzah in Lembah Pantai. Bernard Dompok, who is outgoing Plantation Industries and Commodities Minister in the Penampang parliamentary seat in Sabah. We've got Ho Kok Chong, who's caretaker Deputy Higher Education Minister for the Kluang Johor Parliament seat. Abdul Ghani, as I said before, lost to Lim Kit Siang, and Zulkifli Nordin has also lost. Now, he's a controversial figure who's standing in Shah Alam, and of course, another one down for Perkasa, Ibrahim Ali in Pasir Mas. Now, going to Selangor, Pakatan expects to retain the state, winning about 38 out of the 56 state seats there. Going back to the numbers for Zulkifli Nordin and Shah Alam, PAS got about 48,800 votes there, and BN got about 38,000 votes. So they won, PAS won with a majority of over 10,000 votes in the Shah Alam parliamentary seat. And now going to Perak, Pakatan is set to retake Perak with DAP winning all 18 seats, and PAS is leading there with about 10 seats, and PKR has already won 4 seats. So Perak is a seat to watch right now. And down in Malacca, unofficial sources say that Ali Rustam has lost to PKR Youth Chief Shamsul Iskandar in the Bukit Katil parliamentary seat. And now, going back to Gelang Patah, I know it's a bit of a jump all around in Malaysia right now with all these names, but going back to the hot seat Gelang Patah, where we've now confirmed Lim Kit Siang has won, we heard reports that there was some conflict and some scuffles broke out there. So we called our correspondent there, Kwang Keng, to find out what went on.
Okay, what happenings are now in most of the seats, the official result has not come out yet. But there was some untoward incident in Gelang Patah. It happened around 9:30 to 10:30. It happened outside of the Tally Centre of Gelang Patah parliamentary seat, where about 200 DAP supporters, they mobbed and tried to stop 2 cars driven by the Election Commission's officers to send in the ballot boxes, because they claim that the way they try to carry or they try to send in the ballot boxes were very suspicious. So they tried to stop the 2 cars, and the police deploy about 100 policemen, to so-called rescue the 2 SPR cars. And the police have arrested 4 people, and within 1 hour they managed to escort the ballot boxes safely into the tally center, and the supporters also dispersed after that. According to the police, what happened was because the 2 cars took a different road into the tally center. So they agitated the supporters, thinking that there was some hanky-panky going on, and that's why they tried to stop the two cars.
Now, I know it's been a long night for many as we eagerly await the results. We're just about the halfway mark now to finding out who wins the 222 parliamentary seats. I just want to let you know that, of course, the news we're reporting now are based on unofficial sources. The Election Commission will be announcing official results later tonight. But for now, all the information we're getting is from live.undi.info. So you're welcome to go take a look at the results there as well. For now, I'll hand it back to my colleague Sumisha.
Welcome back. I'm Sumisha Naidu, and tonight we are now joined by the CEO of KiniTV and a journalist with over 10 years of experience under his belt, Kai Peng Yong, and again Wong Chin-Huat. Thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you.
Now, just before we get on to things, BN is now currently having 97 parliamentary seats and Pakatan Rakyat 41. Now, to those who are just looking at the figures, it might seem like dire straits at this point, but what is your assessment of the situation?
This is about 60%, slightly over 60% of the votes have been announced. If you look back at 2008 elections, those seats that won by oppositions unfortunately would always come late. So we wouldn't know the full picture yet. Looking at just look at the gain and losses, it looks that actually BN is suffering unless that you have surprises in the remaining seats where Pakatan Rakyat holds. Now, but I think what is very disturbing is that in many places you have mysterious blackout in the counting process. Add on to, in some cases, you already have some recorded irregularities in polling earlier on. Now you have mysterious blackout and allegations that new ballot boxes are added and so on.
Specifically, the area that we're referring to, I think Bentong was one of the
Bentong
areas.
is one of them.
Yes, because initially we announced earlier that Wong Tak had won, and apparently there are some speculations that after the blackout occurred, the result changed, and this has prompted a lot of outrage on social media.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we do not know exactly what's going on, but I think this is very disturbing. I mean, is there conspiracies involving any parties in TNB? Why is it so conveniently that you have blackouts every time when you have critical election result? And I think whatever the cause, that Malaysian public demand that a situation whereby democracy is not only be done, but it seems to be done, and this is unfortunately not the case.
Yeah, I think on the other issues, we look at those agencies should tasked to protect the vote, SPR, the police are not taking enough, quickened step to really, step up and also to handle the issues. I think there's been, in terms of we are left with like a situation that we have to rally the people, the party has to rally the people, rally the party workers to go and to safeguard, protect the votes. I think this is very disturbing in terms of we have no rule of law. So there's no forces to really take it in charge.
Can we clarify the problem? So we're saying a blackout happens and then what, a ballot box appears. What's the allegation at the moment?
But the allegations that we know is that in the process of blackout, after the process of blackout, then there are apparently some ballot boxes are found and have to be added in. I mean, what we understand of the process would have been that the ballot boxes would have been counted earlier. So the question here is probably come in the form of that in the tabulation process, you have new ballot boxes being brought in.
And is this a situation that happened in the last elections as well, or is this something new?
Not only in the last 2008 elections, but also in the Sarawak 2011 state elections, and also another issues that require our attentions, all Malaysian, is that you have unusually high numbers of spoiled ballot this time.
I'd just like to point out in terms of the blackouts and the allegations, there's speculation at this point as we have no confirmed reports. All right, let's move on then to some of the results that were discussed right now, just now. Kai Peng, do you have any thoughts?
I think that we're looking at the result, I think the question will be whether Pakatan can, gain more seats in 3 states, which is considered as BN's deposit state. Basically whether they can gain more seats in Sabah as well as Johor. I think there's some obvious swing in terms of Johor. There's a clearly especially the Chinese swing, and I think it's a sizable number of some part of Malay swing and some swing in terms of Sabah and Sarawak. But whether it's strong enough to deliver the 112 seats needed by Pakatan, I think is still questions. So I think we will be looking at the long night whether the new result is coming in and whether it's a final result and is there any surprise as well.
I think if you put it in the longer horizon, you are seeing the weakening of Barisan Nasional. Najib is clearly not doing better as he claims, completely far away from the two that he has claimed. But the question here now is that whether the weakened BN will be replaced by a rising PR. So it's the question is, are we get caught in this prolonged birth pain, or we actually, when we wake up tomorrow, we will be able to see a clear closure of the past 50 years.
Just for those watching right now, what time are we expecting results to officially be coming in?
I think from last election, we might be expecting until 3 or 4.
I would think so.
Yeah,
right, so just so you know, those who are watching, we've seen a lot of comments wondering when the official results are coming in, so it'll still be a few hours yet.
Yeah, and maybe a clearer picture will be only gained at 6 to 8 o'clock in the morning. Then you have a clearer picture about
if you need any words of comfort, then I would have to say, compared to 50 years, a few more hours is not too long.
Wise words. So any other hot seats that we have seen fall to
I think or we should look at the failed attempt. I think in terms of looking at Johor, Salahuddin failed to win Pulai and lost in some of the state seat under Gelang Patah. I think that's a significant issues in terms of how Pakatan can penetrate into the Malay voters in Johor.
He was going up against Nur Jazlan as well,
and he's been trying very hard, and he's the figurehead in terms of past Sultan Assault. I think also in terms of we lose some of the more liberal past leaders in terms of in Kuala Selangor, Dr. Zul, and Pendang Masabu. I think in Kedah it's quite a move that actually you can see that actually I think the more Malay voters are actually swing back to BN, while the non-Malay voters are actually, while there's a lot of complaints about past in Kedah, but I think at the end they still stood for Pakatan.
That's probably a Mahathir factor, and unfortunately I think that the casualties of that, including surrenderance of PKR. Overall, I think you are looking at the picture now. DAP is clearly the winner, but also PKR. PKR managed to make some inroads in mixed seats and new territories like Sabah and so on. And what is troubling is that you actually, as Kaiping pointed out, that we actually have a loss of some moderates and more far-sighted leaders in past. One is Dr. Zul, the other one is Mat Sabu and Salahuddin. If you want to count a blessing, is that you have 2 others that's, who survived that. One is actually Khalid Samad, who did rather well in Shah Alam, defeating Zulkifli Nordin. That would be disastrous otherwise. And the other person is actually Dr. Siti Maria. Dr. Siti Maria was the highest vote-getting past MP in the last parliament.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you there. We've just got latest info that BN has won 111 seats. That's just one more to win. And the Election Commission but the official results of the Election Commission as of 12:45 a.m. is 108 parliamentary wins for BN, but Malaysiakini's unofficial results are saying 111 seats for Barisan Nasional. So what do we think at this point?
I think we're looking at the 3 scenarios before election. One is either Pakatan will have a clear-cut winning majority, or the other one we're looking at whether Pakatan can cross over the 100 seats gateway to that is the kind of target set off, so that maybe it can attract some of the parties or the candidates from East Malaysia. The other thing is we're looking at BN is having a big gain, just like what Naidu proclaimed a few days ago, 150 seats. I think we are looking at scenario 2 possibility. The possibility is quite high that whether Pakatan can get across 100 seats. I think that's the. But of course, there will be. We are looking at not a very strong government from BN. I think the Najib's position is also will be in questions whether he can continue to rule.
So we're saying even with 112 seats and the Barisan Nasional does win, the BN will still have a symbolic win if they
really
go past 100.
At the end of the day is that how many seats Pakatan Rakyat can win in Peninsula. Because if they have a clear-cut majority, then the legitimacies of UMNO commanding the allegiance of the Sabahan and Sarawakian parties would be questioned.
Right. And now we are just, so in terms of...
I want to comment about, actually, I think the PAS actually done quite well in terms of Terengganu. I think Terengganu is that yes, it used to be under conservative leaders, and then they win the state, and then after they lose because of the the kind of conservative measure they've taken in Terengganu. But afterwards, now they have a new leadership in Terengganu, which is younger and more moderate. So they are gaining in Terengganu. And in terms of Kedah, there's a lot of problem in fighting. I think that's in terms of past members, they will say this is the most open infighting they have seen in the history of past. That number 1 and number 2 fight openly in Kedah. But in terms of that, you can see actually the strength is still there. But whether it's but it couldn't retain the state. So I think they are losing by just 4 seats or quite a little bit of towards the BN. So I don't think BN has win a convincing win in terms of Terengganu as well as Kedah.
There's another bigger question that we may need to consider. We are now looking at the number of seats, right? We are not looking at the percentage of vote share. In the last election, as we all know that Barisan Nasional actually lost the majority of votes in Peninsula, but when you add in East Malaysia, then they had majority nationwide. The question now is that with the loss in Sabah and Sarawak, they may not have a national majority. They may not have a majority in terms of votes in Peninsula and in Malaysia, but they may have a majority in terms of seats overall. The problem is that its legitimacy to govern will be questioned. Now, in a normal democracy, I think you have to accept that the consequences, the outcome of the, no matter what, because that's part of the possibilities under the rule of the game. The question here is that I'm not sure whether the Malaysian public will stomach that when the process itself is being questioned.
All right. I understand that the Election Commission is having a live broadcast now. We'll be trying to cross to that at some point, but not yet. Kai Peng, do you have any more thoughts on that?
I think Chin-Huat raised an important issue. I think now we are looking at we're not looking at hung parliament. I don't think so. No. But then we are looking at very much weakened BN, and you can look into even if they win back Kedah, they win back Terengganu with a very small majority, but then on the other hand, you can see an emboldened PR in terms of Penang. They still get a better to maintain the majority, and as well as they get more seats in Selangor. So, and also you can see also BN. So there's a question whether Negeri Sembilan BN will retain Negeri Sembilan. I think maybe they will retain by even a very small majority. And then in terms of the Malacca, where I think a symbolic figure is that the leaders in BN in Malacca, Ali Rusam, has been beaten. So I think, and also as well they gain a big gain in terms of Pahang as well as Johor. So in terms of generally in Peninsula, I think BN has been very much weakened. So I think it will place the UMNO in a much weaker situation compared to the bargain from East Malaysia.
I'm sorry, just in the EC has confirmed that BN has won 112 seats, retaining a simple majority to form government. Yeah, sorry, please continue.
Yeah, I think, but with a much weaker mandate, I think Chin-Huat has pointed out whether they win enough popular votes to justify their legitimacy. I think there are also issues they're looking at, maybe the issues will prolong in terms of leadership challenge, in terms of, we're looking at October, UMNO election, also as MCA's party election. I think MCA and Gerakan this time is, I think I think wipe up should be a more appropriate description now. So and they are looking at I think obviously the party election is going to be a fierce one, and where all the faction is a free for all, and MC, I think since the chief has make a promise about if they couldn't retain half of their members, 15 seats, they won't join the coalition government.
I think even if they want to join, if they want to take back their words and join, you have an embarrassing questions of like, you have probably now 5 MPs, right? Are you going to put all of them in? In what position? So I think that's a big challenge that Najib may receive his prime ministership. The question is that he's probably going to have a cabinet that is heavily based on UMNO and Bumi Putra's, East Malaysian Bumi Putra, and which would have a bit of questions to rule. Now, on the other hand, this must not be seen as what has been put by certain quarters, that you actually have a Malay government and a Chinese opposition. No, the opposition is actually multi-ethnic. The problem now we have is that you actually have a relatively homogeneous government, and you have a diverse multi-ethnic opposition, which make the opposition more national. So that raises the question and say, such a narrow-based government, especially when you take into the questions of wood share, how long would this last? So Najib's challenge would be really about, may actually come from the market.
And also, I think since Najib's openness, poster boy, Saifuddin Abdullah, has been beaten. So I think there will be a question about whether he will keep on with his, on the other hand, he has this one Malaysia, is one moderate kind of line, ideology that they want to put up. On the other hand, these are the Malay base that they want to protect. So I mean, I think in terms of the right wing going to gain the upper hand in the coming days.
We've just got a little bit more information from the Election Commission's official broadcast. Yes, 112 seats for Barisan Nasional, and Pakatan Rakyat 58 seats, PAS 112, PKR 18, and DAP 28. So those are just the figures we got.
Well, as we say that, you see, most of the seats have actually been, as usual, come from the Pakitan's. From the Barisan Nasional, and the remaining of those that unannounced are actually mainly PKR and PAS. And I think, unless there was actually a right justification, unfortunately, some members of the public would be questioning whether that the announcement of the delayed announcement of certain seats was actually deliberate to create an impression that Pakatan Rakyat is now seized by DAP, is dominated by DAP.
Right.
Yeah, I think with the way of how the votes is been done is it's segregated, done I think simultaneously. Actually, we should be able to know the result. Actually, I mean, just like SPR promised 7:30, and
there's actually a question. If you look at the sequence of the results that coming out, right, the fastest was actually Sarawak, which is actually the most stretched out states in terms of geographical sense. So how can you actually have result coming back from a state that is so wide in land?
But it's also a very clear BN stronghold.
Yes, but it doesn't come from others.
But I think the reasons that some people may say urban seats might mostly won by the opposition, so they have the bigger number. But then, and the way the counting is done, because it's done by so many polling center. So I think the kind of efficiencies should be able to overcome all this. In terms of the numbers and stuff like that, I think it's a high time that we should have a SPR site, which is or public site, which we're able to put out all sorts of information as soon as possible. I think it's important that we try. I mean, the result is one thing. The other issue is how do we try to maintain the rights of Malaysians knowing what's the latest information, the results. I think that's so important that instead instead of we making everybody under the stress, wanted to know the results, and then feeling the stress and all this. I think it's just a technical and logistic issues.
And one of the biggest complaints that we've also been receiving is the conflicting results that everyone's been getting. I think people are frustrated. You're getting all these conflicting results, and I suppose this would be clarified if there was just a
I think the SPR with the resource and SPR that the government is provided, it should be count faster and giving more accurate number than now, rather than being the media has to rely on the parties and or those who've been doing the counting.
I think unfortunately, the electoral process should be really beyond doubt. When its integrity is in question, the legitimacy of the next government is in question as well. And so in this sense, the EC has done a great disservice to the possibly Najib new administration.
But I think also when looking at the one thing I'll point out, when looking at the swing votes and the results, I think there's always two factors. So one is Malaysia. I mean, we're looking at the race factor. Also, I think the other issues with factor will be on the machinery. I think it's quite important that whether you have this enough resources on the ground, whether you have already started working there, for how long you have been working there, trying to build up your bases. And where is your traditional stronghold? I think in terms of what we're looking at now, BN is defending, while Pakatan is moving up very much of his comfort zone. So I think the leaders of Pakatan that dare to or willing to spend more resources or going up from their comfort zone, I think is gaining the respect and the support of the people. I think there's one thing that we should look at, why the result, like that one of the example, like why DAP is gaining more support, because I think from the response from the masses is that one of the reasons that why they like Kit Siang so much. I think Kit Siang has, surprisingly at his time, he has reinvented himself as a popular figure, going out. I think that's a very rare situation for politicians.
Coming back to the question of stability, I think that perhaps both sides of the divide need to seriously consider about how to govern this country together. I'm talking about some form of negotiation, not necessarily resulting in a national unity government, but you need a certain understanding and commitment. For sharing power, perhaps in the parliament, because I think if both sides of the divide are going to take a very antagonistic attitude towards each other, this is bad for the country, bad for the economy, and there's no ground, no more any basis for any majoritarian rule in this country anymore.
So earlier tonight, Anwar Ibrahim tweeted that he had won, and he was calling a press conference at 9 p.m. We're still waiting for him to announce that press conference. In the short term, what can we expect? Because as we were talking earlier with Prem, this is obviously going to be a bit of a letdown to Pakatan Rakyat, having fought for so long to try and very confident, thinking that they could at least make some headway. In the next tonight and tomorrow, what can we expect? What can we expect to see?
The story is still very mixed, because you still have stories of conflicts in places like Klang, in Tapa, and so on, where countings turn out in violence or near violent situation. I think that's really bad, because no one knows how things would be. We need a very peaceful, clean, free and fair electoral process. Unfortunately, this is denied to all Malaysians. So I think that we need to watch what's going on. You have a clear situation. Half, or even perhaps more than half of the population is saying no to BN. So how does BN, with a bare majority, or less than even a majority, to govern the entire country legitimately? And you can't just say that, well, this is just the natural outcome of the rule of the game, because the process itself is now being questioned.
But do you think there will be? Sorry.
I think the issue is I think we have to recognize that in our country that maybe it's just like I would take America as an example.
I'm so sorry. Now Prime Minister Najib Razak is now holding a press conference. We'll be crossing to that live.
Sure.
Keputusan dan dasar yang sederhana
ataupun wasatiyah. Kita amat mementingkan soal keamanan dan keharmonian kaum dalam konteks perpaduan nasional. Okay, itulah. Anything else? Well, they're welcome to do it. Of course, if they have allegation, they have to prove it. And we have a very transparent system. They can refer to the courts and let the courts decide. But most important thing, whilst the whole process is taking place, let us allow the government to run its course, because we have a big agenda for the people of Malaysia, and we intend to fulfill our commitment to the people of Malaysia.
Are you worried there may be chaos or street?
No, I think we can manage it. The authorities can manage it, and the most important thing is that we have to show to the world that we are a mature democracy. Whatever happens, the decision of the people, the will of the people must be respected. And we as Barisan Nasional respect the will of the rakyat or the people. No, not yet. I think this is, I mean, we're just trying to absorb the result, and the total ramification of the result will take us a few days and weeks. In the coming weeks, we'll try to absorb, analyze the result, and have discussions amongst leaders of Barisan Nasional how best we can move forward towards a kind of national reconciliation, so that we can reject politics of extremism, of racism, of religious extremism, and so forth, and work towards a more moderate and a more accommodative policies for the country. Ya, kita telah berusaha dengan sedaya upaya, tetapi oleh kerana ada beberapa faktor yang berlaku, terutama sekali kesan daripada kurang dengan ketara sokongan daripada kaum Cina pada Barisan Nasional, maka apa yang kita rancangkan tidak kesampaian, namun kita berpuas hati bahawa sekurang-kurangnya kita dapat mengambil alih kerajaan negeri Kedah kepada Barisan Nasional. Ya, itu bukan saja faktor Datuk Gani, sebab tsunami yang saya sebutkan tadi lah, tsunami daripada masyarakat kaum Cina yang peratusan yang besar menyokong pembangkang. Ya, kita akan buat analisa apa yang terjadi dalam pilihan raya di peringkat negeri Terengganu.
So do you think that the result is reflective of the 2008 as well?
I think they were taken in by some of the promises or some of the undertakings given by the opposition, and that's why there was that swing, and there were a lot of sentiments, and some of them are racial in nature, being played out in this election, which is very unhealthy for this country of ours. So we need to bring people to realize that for the sake of the country, only policies that are moderate should be accepted as our national policies.
Did you anticipate that the results would be very racial?
I did not. I expected to some extent. I didn't expect to this extent. None of us expected to this extent. But despite the extent of the swing, against us, Barisan Nasional did not fall, and we continue. So Barisan Nasional has a lot of resilience as a political party, despite the fact that we have been in existence for 55 years. You know, not many political parties can claim the kind of record that Barisan Nasional has achieved. Yeah, with this Chinese tsunami, we couldn't do anything in Selangor because a lot of the seats are mixed seats, and if the percentage goes too low, it's impossible for us to carry and win the number of seats needed. So that was something that we played out in a different kind of scenarios, but we certainly didn't expect it to be so low this time. No. I mean, there is no such thing. It's a fair and free election, please. Conducted in a very transparent manner. Please accept the result.
Do you feel that within your own party you would have the backing to carry out those forward-looking reforms that
Yes, we need. I think we realize that there are a lot of things we have to do as a party. That involves looking at the setup of UMNO structurally and the way to do things in UMNO, as well as our component parties. But give us a bit time. I think we need time to analyze the results so that the course of action that will be taken will be appropriate. Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you very much. We see you at the
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Ismail.
Okey, demikian tadi sidang dunia putra berikutan ke
All right, welcome back to Kini Talk. My name is Sumisha Naidu, and I'm joined by the CEO of KiniTV, Kai Peng Yong, and political analyst Wong Chin-Huat. So we've just seen the press conference by Najib Razak where he said that elections were fair and free, and he talked about the swing of voters. Previously, about half an hour ago, Anwar Ibrahim also held a press conference, which was after keeping reporters waiting for about 3 hours. He held a 15-minute press conference where he said irregularities in the voting process had compromised many seats, including the blackout, foreigners posing as Malaysians, indelible ink, among other things. But when asked if he would continue on as a leader in a leadership position in Pakatan Rakyat, he did not answer that question and said he would be answering those questions the next day. So in light of all the news that we've just been hearing, what are our thoughts?
I think the Prime Minister Najib, he's just giving his usual, BN's argument that actually, this is a Chinese tsunami or race card. How they analyze the issues that they didn't expect the swing is so huge, I think, but you're looking at the distribution of the seats that Pakatan rest from PN. Actually, you can see there's actually quite a lot of mixed seats, and also seats from Sabah and Sarawak, and especially Sabah. So I think the so-called Chinese tsunami, I think that is focused on Johor doesn't really represent the big picture.
As I stressed earlier, I think that we need to look at the percentage of vote share. It looks like the situations that Pakatan Rakyat rests so many seats from PN, and some of them are actually heavily huge seats, right? You're talking about likely possibilities that Pakatan Rakyat may be winning about 52-53% of votes. Now, if you have actually a first past, you have a proportionate representation system rather than the first past the post, PKR probably would be winning, the largest number of seats, followed by PAS, followed by DAP. So we must not look at this and claim that this is actually a Chinese minority, Chinese swings and so on. I think all Malaysian, let us look carefully that this election is something we should be proud of, not the process, not how it was administered, but how we ordinary Malaysians participated. I think Malaysians, who love this country, we do whatever thing we can to protect the integrity and of the electoral process of our democracy, and we should be proud of ourselves. Malaysians out there, I think it's time for us to count our strength and not just lament on our misfortune.
I think the one thing, lesson for BN actually, they should look at their strategy and their ideology, is that they always campaign on the ideas that I just have cosmetic change, but then on the other hand, I will retain my racial-based, campaign strategy, as well as I give more goodies, so it would be able to swing the voters and stuff like that. You see the kind of money that's spent on ads, I think is either on the mainstream or on the internet is. I think it's tremendous, it's unbelievable.
How much truth do you think there is to Anwar Ibrahim's claims that it was irregularities in the electoral system that cost him his seat, especially, I don't know, as a member of Bersih, whether you have any comment on that?
I think it's very troubling, to have so many seats until now that you still have not had the outcome. For example, for a seat as close as Klang, which is just about half an hour from here, right, from the capital city, you have situations that's very disturbing. You have, in many constituencies, you have the polling and counting agents, or in some cases, the candidate or their agents being, being attacked or being held back or whatsoever. I think that raised legitimate concern of the legitimacies of the election. Now, if unfortunately all these allegations were true, we are talking about a country democracy being stolen, the will of the people being denied, and this is of course very serious, because you can't have an illegitimate government in power and the country remain stable. So I didn't know what was going to transpire tomorrow and in the next few days, but I think I urge all Malaysians to stay calm, to remember what we have achieved in the past 2-3 weeks, and before that in the past 2-3 years. We have come a long way. We have shown that democracy can work. We can be Democrats. Let us look back in a few days ago when you have all these bombings. In the past, we would have been taken back, but this time we did not. You see, we have matured. People just ignore that. People still go to rally at night and so on, completely undisturbed, unfrightened by all those incidents. That's the strength. I think that we should maintain that strength. Malaysians out there, let us remember, there are 28 million of us. And with that, we would be able to have peace and freedom.
Well, on that note, we've heard an interesting piece of news that apparently on Facebook, a lot of DAP and Pakatan Rakyat supporters have changed their profile photos from what used to be an Ubah logo to completely black in solidarity. But we must also acknowledge that, of course, many Barisan Nasional supporters were also very happy with the results.
I don't think they will be very much.
Happy that they managed to secure the majority
I think
needed.
one of the issues is there's the issues of lacking a level playing field. But on the other hand, I think the issues will be also Pakatan should reflect on the organization, the campaign style. That when the campaign in Johor, I think the credit should be given to Kluang, where it's campaigned as a whole team, as a Pakatan team. I think that's maybe some of the areas that lack of it. In this, instead of campaign as your own party logo or party as well, it's not as a coalition itself. I think Kluang should be an example where they are campaigning as a team, sharing their resources and portraying themselves as a team as well. So I think there's some good example. I think there also some reflection should be done by Pakatan. But on the advantage in terms of that is that they through wrestling some of the seats from the BN, Pakatan is obviously going to portray or going to have a new batch of leadership, which they are going to to take over later and stuff like that. While BN is actually, I think, yes, although they have a lot of new candidates, but I think this round the new candidates are mostly knockoff, and many old guards will still remain. So I think that's the issues of whether the reinforced or the introduction of new leadership in terms of BN.
We've been talking, just to go back to the results for a bit so people understand, we've been talking a lot about this in terms of race, in terms of the Chinese voters and Malay voters in the swing. But was that all there was in terms of, can we really generalize an entire ethnicity in terms of votes and saying that it was based purely on Chinese vote swinging and Malay vote swinging? Or
I think you can't, but I think generally you should look into it's also urban versus rural areas situations, and also you should look at how the votes. I mean the problem with the delineation of the seats in Malaysia. I think that really gives you. I mean, and also in terms of the racial profiling and stuff like that, actually trying to give you an image about this is all about race. I think very much in terms of the class issue, in terms of the urbanization issues, I think that will actually reflects the mood of the people. I think in terms of why people vote, and very much also depends on their what's their the needs of daily needs, bread and butter issues.
Yeah, I still go back to one point that I think at this stage, people who feel let down and wronged by the system should remain steadfast. They should count the strength in themselves. They should see themselves as a stabilizer of this country. At this country is going through uncharted water of trials. I think Malaysia need to be strong. We need to walk together, and
I think they should be proud of themselves, because it's like you're looking at a juggernaut, government machine, based on all sorts of resource, maybe millions of money has been spending, but versus this civil society who actually largely being supported by civil society, the opposition, and using their own resources, from a decentralized kind of organization versus a centralized, government apparatus that actually, bombarded everywhere. So I think if you look at this result, actually, BN is actually the one that should do more reflection, in terms of, Pakatan leaders or stuff like that, or those who want to change. I think the importance of this election is not to know who is the winner and the loser, but actually to reflect on the issues of country, that our country is a complex country, that we shouldn't ask for a one night solution, quick fix or magic bullet. We should let it. I think the long process is actually what the country needed to go through it.
And we just got an update that probably reflects that things are changing. MCA President Dr. Chua Soilek has tweeted that the party will respect the decision of voters and not take up any government posts. He says it's a two-race system now. MCA will respect the voters' decision that if we can't perform better than last GE, we won't take up any government posts. So clearly the results have had some implications even with the...
Well, in the first place, MCA, there's no way it can do better because he has given three hopeful seats to UMNO.
Yes.
But I think what is important is to stress that this is not a two-race system. You cannot call, looking at the situations that PR is probably going to maintain about 80-90 seats, right? And the majority of them are non-Chinese. You can't call them Chinese. I think this is very provocative, and Malaysians should stand firm and say that this is not a two-race system. While Barisan Nasional has declined from a multi-ethnic coalitions into a coalitions of UMNO and basically mainly East Malaysian Party, Pakatan Rakyat is actually very national in terms of its ethnic composition. I think that's the point that we need to stress.
I think simply put it, why MCA lost badly in the election, I think he hasn't learned the lesson that it's not an ethnic issue, it's rather the people wanted how the changes in the government. I think that's the aspiration of the people.
Okay, and now we're just going to see what's going to happen throughout the rest of the night. There will be more updates coming in later, but for now we'll just wrap it up and say thank you, Kai Peng, thank you Wong Chin-Huat for joining us, and thank you for staying tuned on what's been a very interesting night. Thanks for watching.
Thanks.
And I think we have to have a new kind of BN. BN that is more open.
Well, we are really soldiers in the sense that you are an agent for change. So you should not do something because it is easy. You have to do it because it's right. I am not under any illusions to think that this is going to be an easy fight.
There are many who have benefited from the transformation program. Of course, there are areas that still need to be further improved. I'm not saying that all is perfectly implemented.
Tell the current regime or the current power that we, Rakyat, want to take up the challenge. We, Rakyat, will stand up.
It is time for us to practice new politics that includes integrity, new governance framework, innovations in democracy, and progressive political thoughts.
Because we are moving towards non-racial politics, and 39% of Malaysians would like to identify themselves as Malaysian rather than as Chinese, Indian, or Malay.
It boils down to one simple method, one simple message, which governments can ensure there is a common agenda for our nation building. Is it Barisan Nasional, or is it that my friends from Pakatan?
Now, how is Barisan Nasional going to pay for all the promises they promised last Saturday? They're going to pay for it by introducing GST, a supposedly fairer tax system.
I'm a first-time voter. I'm excited for the general election. This upcoming general election is a very different thing, and historically it's very different.
Well, if you think you are the government that you want to sustain for a long time, you should start from the beginning, not from the middle or during the election time only.
Okay, so saya rasa untuk tahun ni dia boleh pegang lagi lah Selangor ni kan, bahagian lepas pantai ni semua kan. Saya mengundi dekat kampung saya, Kota Terengganu. Balik mengundi lah insyaAllah.
Sebenarnya tak kisahlah siapa-siapa yang naik, tapi cuma yang penting kita semua harmoni. So itu yang penting sebenarnya.
It done also lah, but not much also lah. So we try new party.
Contohnya, kalau pemimpin tu dia, katakan dia tu, dia punya latar belakang dia tidak bagus, jadi dia tidak akan boleh pimpin kita sebaiknya. Dato' Najib ni okey dah. Kita rasa dah dia adalah terbaik.
UMNO youth has been transformed from being this rabid, radical, ethnocentric, right-wing Malay rights organization to one that's more service-oriented.
I don't think any of the Malays want to succeed and to be branded, you are successful because you benefit from race politics and the programs. We want to be known that we can stand on our own.
Barisan Nasional have a very clear directions. Okay. We have our visions, our missions. We are the ruling parties. We want to bring our countries to developed countries as in the year 2020.
And yet today we are running on 1.6 billion with record surpluses of 180 million. And that is despite giving out so many welfare benefits to the people in need throughout the state of Selangor.
There are Malaysians who have been marginalized, who are out of the mainstream of development, not because of their own fault or wrongdoing. Then we must put it right.
The change, unlike in some countries where it has to be through popular uprising, in our case, it will be translated through the ballot box.
Kenapa nak berubah? Nak mengubah sesuatu hanya kerana ada orang kata berubah, dia ada muslihat politik. One of those great Malaysians in history, OIC, Dato' On Jaafar, dia cadang bahawa UMNO perlulah buka pintu supaya UMNO bukan sahaja menerima keahlian daripada orang Melayu, tetapi pun terbuka kepada
same old chemical-treated, middle-strip news out there.
We'll bring you facts on the ground and the human face behind the story.
And we'll give you context without taking sides, merging the big picture with the small details.
You've been watching, we've been listening, and now we're coming to you on the go 24/7.
From Sabah to Putrajaya, KiniTV brings you news as it happens from where it happened.
We're talking to people in the know and those who want to know. Malaysian society in general has become more